Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I'd like to see who is present. Ms. Gutierrez?
I present.
Thank you. Mr. Ramirez?
Present.
Ms. Cabrera?
Present.
Ms. Magaña?
Present.
And I am present as well. Legal counsel, Ms. Copado, do we have any public comments to be read?
Thank you, President Uribe. We do have, it is my understanding, we have about over 50 public comments tonight. And I also checked with Dr. Ewan to see whether we had a specific number of known public comments coming telephonically, but we don't have that number yet. But we are expecting a large number of telephonic calls as well.
Okay, and Dr. Martinez, at this point, we will read any public comments that coincide with closed session. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So do we have any to be read prior to going into closed session?
I don't believe we have any for closed session, President Uribe.
Thank you, Ms. Copado. Okay, with that, I move to recess into closed session. May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Gutierrez? I think I heard an aye, Ms. Gutierrez?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, now I can. Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye for me as well. We will now recess into closed session. Good evening, everyone. I apologize for the delay. At this time, I'd like to reconvene the meeting. It is now 6:29. And Ms. Copado, can you please provide a closed session report out?
Yes, thank you, President Uribe, members of the board. We convened into closed session at 5:06 p.m. Present in closed session via video conference were the following board members: Gutierrez, Ramirez, Cabrera, Magaña, Uribe, as well as Dr. Martinez, Dr. Ewan, Dr. Garland, and Mr. Ellingson, as well as myself, Ms. Copado, and as well as Mr. Costello. Also present were legal counsel, Roger Colvin, Mark Murray, and Eric Salbert. Although we went a little bit out of order with the discussions, we did discuss item B1 first. Members of the board were provided with a briefing by legal counsel. The district was provided with updates as to this matter. No final action was taken. Consensus was reached in terms of providing counsel with direction. Nothing further to report. Thereafter, we went into item A. There were 4 matters discussed at that time. Legal counsel provided a briefing to members of the board as to 2 matters. Direction was provided to legal and to staff. At this time, thereafter, Mr. Colvin and Mr. Salbert exited closed sessions at 6:03 p.m. Also, Mr. Costello exited closed session at 6:06 p.m. Thereafter, the remaining 2 matters under closed session agenda A were discussed. Members of the board were provided by a briefing by members of the cabinet, including Dr. Ewan and legal counsel. No final action was taken. Nothing further to report on those 2 matters as well. We then discussed item C. As to item C, at this time, we do want to report that an appointment as to the Human Resources Assistant Superintendent was previously made to Zipper Hakopian. Her contract is subject to approval in open session tonight. We will need to reconvene to close session to discuss item B2, B3, B4, and B5. And item D will not be discussed tonight, and that has been tabled. And that we concluded closed session discussions at 6:26 p.m. And that concludes my partial report at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Copado. At this time, I'd like to do a roll call to see who is present. Ms. Gutierrez?
Present.
Mr. Ramirez?
Present.
Ms. Cabrera?
Present.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
Present. Thank you. And I'm present as well. At this time, I'd like to do the flag salute. Dr. Yun, will you do the flag salute for us?
Yes, everyone please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Yun. At this time, I move to approve the minutes. May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye from me as well. That motion is carried. Dr. Martinez, are there any modifications to this evening's agenda?
Yes, good evening. Items number 12C, 3-A, 9A-1, 9A-2, 9B-3, 9B-4 have been revised and copies have been provided to you, and copies have been uploaded to our website for the public. Items 9B-7, number 12K, and number 12L have been pulled from tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez. Is there a motion to approve the agenda with the modifications as indicated by Dr. Martinez?
Second. Oh, I motion.
Second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Gutierrez,
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez,
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera,
Aye.
Ms. Magaña.
Aye.
And an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we're going to move on to Superintendent of School Reports, and I would like to call on Dr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Mr. Chen. So good evening, Board of Education, community members. It is with a broken heart that I speak in past tense of a beloved principal of the Montebello Unified School District, Leticia Garcia, a student from Winter Gardens Elementary, Montebello Intermediate School, and graduated from Montebello High School with the class of 1988. Upon graduation, she pursued her higher education studies at UCLA. Mrs. Garcia rejoined the Montebello Unified School District family in 1995 as a 5th grade teacher at La Merced Intermediate School. Throughout her career, she would go on to serve our students as an English learner facilitator, program specialist, teacher on special assignment, and most recently, and very proudly, as the principal of Winter Gardens Elementary in East Los Angeles, the home of the Penguins. Ms. Garcia was a passionate educational leader with an unrelenting drive for excellence. She made it a point to connect with her students, parents, and colleagues. For those who knew and worked with her, the words happy, joyful, and willing to help are commonly used. Many of us will remember the question she would always ask, "Are you okay?" Growing up within our communities and attending Montebello Unified School District schools, she understood the needs and challenges that many of our students face today. However, she also realized that she was an example of how hard work, perseverance, and doing well in school can change your life. Mrs. Garcia cared deeply about her faith, particularly during difficult times, and appreciated spending time with her family, her husband, her 3 children who are joining us this evening, her mother, her sisters, her nephews, her father-in-law. The Montebello Unified School District would like to sincerely extend our most heartfelt and deepest condolences to the Sanchez and Garcia's family during this difficult time. Leticia Garcia, may you rest in peace. You will be deeply missed. Ms. Copado, please.
We do have 2 public comments that were submitted regarding the condolences for Ms. Garcia. On behalf of the MHS class of 1988, I would like to extend our sincere condolences to the Garcia and Sanchez families, as well as to all her co-workers and students. Our class of alumni are suffering a profound loss, losing yet again another member of our 1988 Euler family. Since learning about Leticia's passing, there has been an outpour of love coupled with feelings of grief and shock. Leticia touched many lives, as has been evidenced by all the messages on our MHS Class of 1988 Facebook page, as well as on Facebook in general. Not only is she remembered fondly by her classmates, but by teachers and past co-workers who all praise her as a genuine, kind-hearted person and friend, and also an outstanding educator. Words cannot express how much Leticia will be missed and how devastated the class of 1988 is in losing part of our Euler family. Leticia, your memory and legacy will live on. You will never be forgotten. Sincerely, Margaret Molina, class of 1988, senior class chairperson. The second comment submitted says, condolences to Letis Garcia's family and loved ones. My name is Maria Plasencia, maiden name Maria Lopez. I am an Euler alumni. I graduated with Leti from MH class of 88. I was saddened to hear about Leti's passing this morning. Leti was such a beautiful soul with a heart of gold. I was blessed to have known her and to have her working at LMI, where my boys attended. Leti helped me in several occasions, never complained or said no to my requests, although I was afraid she would. She will truly be missed by many, especially by family and close friends. Today we have gained an angel who will watch over us. May she rest in peace.
Board Member Uribe, that concludes my report. Just want to mention, I understand Ms. Leticia Garcia's husband and children, possibly her mother and other family members may be part of the audience this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez. If I may, I also wrote a prayer for Leticia Garcia. God of immeasurable mercies, by your power, Jesus conquered death and ascended into glory. We entrust that Leticia Garcia is in your care and has departed to live for eternity with you. Lord, we thank you for the memories that we have and that we're left with. Thank you, Lord, that she was made in your image and reflected your love. You are the Lord of all life. You brought Leticia into existence, and you have now called her home. I pray that she will enjoy the fullness of your presence through all eternity. In Jesus' name, amen. And if the board would also like to share some words. Yes, Ms. Cabrera.
I don't think there's much to add other than if the Sanchez and the Garcia family know that you are probably out there, just reiterate my deepest condolences from me, for my entire family. I know how people described her as joyful, inspirational, hardworking, dedicated. So many stories I've heard of how she impacted people's lives. And so I will keep her and your family in our prayers.
Ms. Magaña, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Did you unmute yourself?
I did. If I may, I also want to express my deepest condolences to Ms. Leticia Garcia's family. And I want to thank you for sharing such an amazing person with so many students who have been blessed and touched and inspired by her. Thank you for allowing us to have her be part of our family as well. And I'm a believer, so and if you are too, then may God bless you and again, you're in my thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, I believe you unmuted yourself. I'm not sure if you want to say something.
Board Clerk Ramirez was before me. I'll go ahead and have him go first.
I just want to give my condolences to the family. It's tough. I've lost people this year, and I just, want to wish my condolences.
I want to say Mrs. Leticia Garcia would be truly deeply missed. I do want to take a few minutes, Madam President, if you may. I want to read some comments that were left about her. I won't say the names from the individuals, just in case I haven't asked them, but I think this would be the perfect space to share more about her. She was an amazing educator. She was a huge advocate for all students, but especially our English language learners. She touched so many students and communities within our district with her fierce dedication. God bless her family and the Winter Gardens community. Deepest condolences to her family. Mrs. Garcia was an amazing woman, compassionate and very intuitive. I will always remember our great conversations whenever I would run into her. She was a great mentor, colleague, and an amazing friend. She was significantly loved and respected by her parents, students, and staff. May she rest in peace. She will be missed. Letty was an exemplary educator, colleague, and friend. She was always so positive and encouraging. Heartfelt condolences to her family. You will be dearly missed. Our deepest condolences to her family, friends, and school community. She will be missed. Mrs. Garcia greeted everyone with a smile, and she instantly made you feel welcomed. MUSD lost a great leader, a friend. My deepest condolences to her family and her loved ones. She was genuinely sweet and positive, a huge loss to MUSD and her family. Mrs. Garcia was such a beautiful person inside and out. She always had a great big smile, loved music, and loved to dance everywhere. She gave off so much positive energy. You'll be missed, Letty. Rest in peace. Mrs. Garcia always had a beautiful smile. She will always be missed. Prayers and love to her family. I cannot believe this. This is so sad. What a horrible loss for all our students, children from Winter Gardens Elementary. She'll be deeply missed. Wonderful student, teacher, and principal, a true product of our school district. I was on an interview committee that hired this stunning UCLA grad in 1995. What a loss to our district's culture. Please remember what has made MUSD great, porque los quedamos. We are proud to stay in our community and be teachers, leaders, whatever the cost. Leticia, thank you. And then the comments go on, but I just wanted to take a moment and reiterate what the community has said. Always a big smile, beautiful curly hair, positive energy. My heart and my prayers go out to the Sanchez and Garcia family. Losing a loved one is always the hardest thing, but know that we're here praying for you. We're here to support you. And I also would like to share that there is a GoFundMe page available if anyone would like to donate to her family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Board Member Uribe, if I may, before I conclude the superintendent reports, I'd also like to extend my deepest condolences to the Ackerman family, in particular, Mr. Jeff Ackerman, who recently lost his mother. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
Madam President, if I may, I'd also like to express my condolences to Coach Ackerman. I'm really sorry for your loss. May your mom, rest in peace, and may God bless you all.
Yes, Mr. Ackerman, I wasn't aware that your mother passed, but to everyone who has lost a loved one, and Mr. Ackerman, the Sanchez and Garcia family, you will be in my daily prayers. May the Lord just give you the strength, the comfort, the encouragement, just peace and clarity during this very difficult season. And may you just turn to him for everything. Just know that God is always there. So may the Lord bless you. You guys will be in my prayers. Thank you, Dr. Martinez. At this time, we will be moving on to our presentation, and I would like to call on Dr. Garland and Mr. Ellingson.
Thank you, Board President. Mr. Chen, can you please pull up the presentation? Thank you.
Dr. Garland, give me a second.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Good evening, President Uribe, Board of Education, Dr. Martinez, Executive Cabinet, and community members. Tonight, Mr. Ellingson and I will be presenting on the long-term fiscal stability planning. This review of the demographic study is in order to refresh your memory of the student enrollment forecast, so you have the information you need to help make your decision on Prop 39 later in the agenda. You can move forward, Mr. Chen, because we have translation on the next page.
I may have to restart this presentation. I can't move forward on this. Give me a second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen. Can you move forward, please? Mr. Chen, do you want me to go ahead and present?
That'd be great if you can.
Absolutely. I'm going to share my screen here. Can you see it? Look good.
Yes, you can see it, Dr. Garland.
Thank you. Davis Demographics conducted a student population forecast study and presented the findings to the Board of Education on January 20th, 2021. Additional information was previously sent to you with 2 attachments. One was the PowerPoint presentation from Davis Demographics the evening of the presentation, and the other was the comprehensive Davis Demographics report. So I'll be referring to both of those tonight. To review for the board, the data that was used to project our student population was updated geographic information systems data, researched area population characteristics, acquired latest parcel and street data from the county GIS department, meetings and conference calls with city planning and district, incorporated new residential development and projections, calculated specific factors for Montebello USD area, including birth rate and mobility, and generated student forecast based on current attendance areas from 2019. In the next few slides, I will review for the Board of Education and Community the executive summary of the demographic study that was presented in January. The study found a continued decline in K-12 resident student population within the district boundary over the next 10 years. The state of California has experienced an overall decline in births over the last 10 years, the lowest number of births since 1933. In addition, MUSD experienced a historic low number of incoming kindergartners this past fall, October 2019, when compared to kindergartners over the past 4 years. Here's a sample of one of the data charts that's included in the demographic study that the board received in January. This is on page 6. This is starting on page 6 if the board would like to look at it. This table includes the kindergarten birth and capture rates for the zip code. This is a sample for 90040. Kindergarten birth rates consist of the forecasted resident kindergarten population, and capture rate indicates the percentage of the school-aged resident population within the MUSD boundaries who are choosing to enroll in an MUSD school. The study also found a large class size bubble that currently exists with the high school grades. These large class sizes are due to graduate soon and will be replaced by smaller class sizes within the elementary and intermediate school grades. This chart is in the Davis Demographics PowerPoint presentation, and it's slide 9, and this shows where that bubble is. And these are the students that are set to graduate soon and be replaced with smaller class sizes and lower grades. The demographic study looked at mobility factors and found that overall, there's an out-migration pattern as the K-12 resident students progress through the grades. These lower mobility factors could represent students whose family are moving outside the district boundary or students that are electing to attend non-MUSD schools. MUSD's capture rate has dropped overall by approximately 3% to 74% when compared to fall 2017, when the capture rate was 77%. Here's the mobility table that was included in this study from Davis Demographics, and this can be found on page 16 of the report. And these are the mobility factors. Here's our current enrollment for information for the board. Here's the high school and intermediate. This is as of March 12th, and then here's elementary as of March 12th. The executive summary of the demographic study concluded with the total enrollment of the MUSD TK through 12 students as of fall 2019 stood at 24,296 students. By fall of 2029, TK through 12 enrollment is projected to decrease by over 7,000 students to 17,267 students enrolled in MUSD. This table from the study depicts the enrollment graphically. It can be found on slide 10 of the Davis Demographics PowerPoint presentation. The data on declining enrollment has been presented again, and now I'm going to introduce Mr. Ellingson, who's going to review the fiscal impact of declining enrollment, as well as other long-term expenditures in our school district. Mr. Ellingson, I'll move the PowerPoint for you. Just let me know when you'd like me to move forward.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll take the next slide. Here you'll find the FCMAT fiscal health risk analysis on our most recent report, citing one of the concerns of loss of revenue due to year-over-year enrollment decline. This further draws attention to the report provided by Davis Demographics. I'll take the next slide. Pause here for a second. Continuing with the fiscal health risk analysis provided by FCMAT in our report this year, the facilities that the district does have, there were statements made that the district does use its facilities in accordance with the public school construction standards. Did not. They identify the average facilities use, as you can see here, and the utilization. Take the next slide. The long-term fiscal planning being discussed in our district include the decrease in revenue from the average daily attendance that our district earns from our students attending class on a daily basis, the loss of enrollment, the escalating compensated costs, as well as CalSTRS and CalPERS employer contribution costs, and the decrease of our fund balance over time. Here you'll see the projected enrollment loss to the approved charter schools by both the County of Education as well as the state board. And this is in relation to the decrease in potential ADA revenue due to the loss of enrollment. These projections were provided to our district from the charter schools, and this is a combined look at their estimates. I'll take the next slide. Pause here for a sec. Can you go back one slide for a second? Give our community a chance to see it, Spanish, please. Thank you. I'll take the next slide. Here is the projected decrease in revenue due to the approved charter schools operating within our district boundaries. And you'll notice that this is similar information provided during our interim report, as well as other reports throughout the year as we became aware. You'll note that year 23-24 through 25-26, those dollar estimates are based on the LCFF calculator estimate for year 22-23. I'll take the next slide. Here is our district loss of enrollment, a 5-year look. And this is not in relation to the approved charter schools operating within our district boundaries. This is a look from year 2015 through 2020. And you'll note that our decline in enrollment has been just above 4% on average, which is very impactful. I'll take the next slide. As well as the loss of enrollment, the district is facing increasing expenditures, which include salary schedule, step and column increases, employer contributions to CalSTRS and CalPERS retirement, as well as mandatory costs. You'll see here in the first category of data, the step and column increases for both certificated and classified personnel go outward. And that's based on years of service and how the salary schedules increase. The next block of data is the CalSTRS for certificated and CalPERS for classified personnel. And those changes are identified. And below that data is our routine restricted maintenance account, 3% requirement. And that is the changes as they relate to the data above. And our growing unrestricted general fund planned expenditures in the out years are listed here as well. This data was provided from the January 2021 governor's proposed budget. There will be a revision from the governor's office in May of new data that we will incorporate into our third financial report, our budget update report to the board and the community. Next slide. Leave it here for a sec, please. And due to the planning for charter schools operating within our district, for the decline in enrollment above 4% that the district is experiencing as a normal for the past 5 years, as well as increases in expenses, compensated costs, you'll see that our projected ending fund balance, our reserve, declines year over year. In the year 24-25, you'll see that it's negative. Now, this is based on anticipated revenues, anticipated loss of revenues, and planned budgetary expenditures. Next slide, please.
Are there any questions from the board?
Thank you, Dr. Garland. Thank you, Mr. Allenson. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much, Dr. Garland. Thank you, Mr. Allenson. At this time, I'd like to move on to legal comments. Mr. Costello? Is Mr. Costello in the audience?
He is in the attendees.
Could he possibly move to the panelist?
I'm working on it.
He just indicated his mic is off. No comments at this time.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to public comment. And I actually have a question. Ms. Copado, so it's my understanding that we have over 50 public comments tonight, and that's not including public comments that may come over the phone. Is that correct?
That is correct, President Uribe.
So for the purposes of efficiency, can we lawfully place limitations?
So the government code does allow us to put reasonable regulations on limitations. So as you know, a common practice that we currently have is that 3-minute limitation per speaker. It's my understanding from past practices, and this is something that we can do as well. We can place time limitations based on topic. We can also put time limitations overall on public comment for each night. Although it does not appear that we have a written policy that discusses those kind of topic limitations or overall public comment limitations per meeting. Like I mentioned, it does appear that the district in the past has had some of those past practices. I did take a look at the comments tonight. We do have over 50. It looks like there are repeated comments. At least one comment had 40 comments, and the same position is the same. Therefore, in substance, they are repeated. But we do have about 6 comments that are unrelated to a repeated comment.
Thank you, Ms. Copado. So if it's okay with the board, what I would propose, given the heavy content agenda and the amount of public comments, if there are repeated positions, that Ms. Copado summarize a position, read the first 3 or 4 comments in full, and then after that, you can record the names of persons who hold the same position. And also, if it's fine with my colleagues, once again, I would propose to limit the overall time of public comment to no more than 1 hour, since we also are not aware of how many comments may come over the phone. And what I would propose lastly is, for the purposes of efficiency, in light of the repeated comments that are before us, the fact that we have a long agenda, and also just to ensure that the district can carry on with the business before us, while we're also balancing the forum and also allowing the public to speak, and most importantly, acknowledge them. Lastly, I would say, Ms. Copado, I would direct you to draft a written policy, because we do not currently have one, reflecting our ability to move forward in this manner when we have this amount of extraordinary number of comments. If that's okay with my colleagues, I know that was very long, but if that's okay, I think for the sake of efficiency, that's what I would propose.
I'm okay with that. So, and just so we won't be going over. So how would we be doing the comments again?
Ms. Copado, yeah. Did you understand, so you could possibly summarize what I just said?
Yeah, I took notes. So it sounds to me that it's twofold. One of the things is that based on the fact that there is at least one main topic that has the same messaging, but there's over 40 comments with the same messaging. I think President Uribe is asking that I summarize it, what the position is, and then at least read 4 of the first comments in full, and then thereafter, just read into the record the names of the other persons that had the same position. And then I also heard that based on not knowing the number of public comments that may come into telephonically, that we limit the public comment overall tonight to 1 hour.
Yes, and also, Ms. Copado, because you did state that we do not have anything written in policy, can we also direct you to move forward so we can create that when we have this amount of extraordinary number of comments for the sake of efficiency?
I will proceed accordingly, President Uribe.
Ms. Cabrera has a question.
Yeah, I guess, is this something that we vote on, or how do we express our agreement or so with what was proposed?
If I may, President Uribe, I think
Yes.
typically these type of procedural issues of how to run the meeting, right? It's typically at the discretion of the chair, right? I think what I heard was also she was asking that if it was okay with her colleagues, right? And so you can just do a consensus if you're all in agreement. Obviously, if there's a strong objection, you can also voice that to President Uribe, but as the president, she typically is the chair that she can have somewhat set the tone to how to run the meetings.
Thanks for that. I'm in agreement with it. I agree that we want to acknowledge and, definitely hear out what our constituents have to say. But I also agree that there are there is a lot that we need to move along for the district's sake. So I'm in agreement with your proposal.
Mr. Ramirez, Ms. Gutierrez?
I agree as well. Thank you for bringing that up, President Uribe.
Yeah, if I repeat it, that's fine with me.
Okay, Ms. Copado, you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, President Uribe. Thank you, members of the board. As indicated, so the first main topic, generally speaking, is the following is the position. Please consider the district's limited resources. Therefore, we ask that the board not offer Bella Vista as a location for KIPP charter schools. So in no particular order, basically the order that was submitted to me, I will read 4 of those comments that have that position, and therefore just read off the names of the people that submitted similar positions. Final offer to KIPP charter schools. Hello, I am a Bella Vista parent who has a child enrolled in the Mandarin Dual Immersion program. Our class is a starter class for this new program. When we started, we had very few resources, late textbooks, and an empty classroom. Our teachers, staff, and parents have helped bring this program up and have made incredible progress since our first day of school in 2018. I wanted to express my concerns for the KIPP co-location sites and ask that Bella Vista not be offered if Gascon was declined. We have been working so hard to expand this program, bring in after-school activities, fundraise via PTA, and protect everything we have on campus. We would like to stay focused on expanding the progress we've been making and be able to utilize our campus to its fullest potential. Because the program is still in its infancy, we've had to hire a new teacher every year, and we are recurrently working with new staff as we go along. Please do not add another obstacle to our school while we are focusing on a new program that no other school site has. We are trying our best to work with what we have and with what we can get. Please do not choose Bella Vista as a co-location site for KIPP. Thank you, Marlene Ramirez. Before you make a decision on which schools to offer, please consider the space that is being offered and how it could affect each and every student. Our resources during this pandemic have been limited because of distance learning, and taking away more to make way for a charter school is a sure disadvantage for students on the chosen campus. The least impact on our students would be ideal, and as a parent of 2 children at Bella Vista in the dual immersion program, would hope that the decision made is thoughtfully thought through. Thank you, Diana Martinez. Concerned mother. Hello, my name is Karina Hernandez, and I am a mother of a student that attends Bella Vista Elementary. My daughter has an IEP and depends on services provided by Bella Vista Elementary, as well as many other students. Placing a charter school would not benefit the children, as there will be less space to provide these crucial services. The bigger the classrooms, the less our children will be focused on and therefore learn less. As a concerned mother, I had to voice my opinion since this will have an impact on my daughter's education. Thank you for your time and concern. To whom it may concern, I am a special education teacher at Bella Vista Elementary. I am strongly opposed to KIPP Charter School taking over portions of Bella Vista Elementary campus. My main objections are based on the needs of our special education student population. Bella Vista Elementary houses 2 special day classes that have an enrollment of close to 18 students in each room. There are also 2 early intervention special education classes with both morning and afternoon classes at our school. We have moderate to severe students at our school, occupying 2 classrooms, and those students need additional space for mobility. We house a psychologist 3 speech therapists, and an RSP classroom. Our special education classes would be compromised by reducing our student access to our programs. Many of the rooms that are currently utilized to test and serve our special education students are those rooms that would be taken over by the KIP program. Our general education teachers would be required to move into the rooms that are currently occupied by our large special education population services. I cannot imagine our parents or other teachers are satisfied with the idea that they are pushed aside and required to offer substandard services to our students. It is my understanding that there is a better alternative for housing KIP. Please consider housing that charter school at another location that will not be as seriously impacted as our school. Many of our special education students need to stay where they are and not be forced out when there are choices for KIP. Sincerely, Kathleen Marones, MS, Bella Vista Elementary. So at this time, I will read into record the names of the individuals that had similar positions. Oh, this one does not have an actual, oh, my apologies, it does. Diane Cervantes. And again, this is the position to not offer Bella Vista to KIP. Patricia Ramirez, teacher at Bella Vista Elementary. Pen Yang Chong. Marlene Ramirez. Jessica Cervantes. Zinnia Gallegos. Caroline Nguyen, Mandarin DA teacher at Bella Vista Elementary School. This was a joint letter by Myrna Lua, Cristina Paz Lopez, Eddie Garcia, fourth grade faculty from Bella Vista Elementary School. Carla Bennett, mental health clinical supervisor with Countywide Engagement Division. Eve Zalor. Emily Valencia. Orlando Ramirez. Lorena Orantia. Chao Luck. Patricia Torres, Bella Vista Elementary parent. Com Hig Time. Viviana P. Adriana Ruiz Alvarado. Beatriz Ramirez. Tracy Kanamori, speech therapist. Silvida Hernandez. Cindy Chow. Mrs. Rosa Estrada, Bella Vista Elementary third grade teacher. Brianna Hidalgo, mother of James and Elias Hidalgo. Chrissy Samarcian. Juan Venegas, Bella Vista parent. Isaac Wong, parent of Lucas Wong. Jason and Marinelle Carlin. Cindy Yo. Roland M. Damasco, parent of Joshua A. Damasco. Juana Vargas, Rolando Alvarado, Brianna Hidalgo, mother of James and Elias Hidalgo, Erica Cabrera Moriyama, Josefina Islas, Nathan Moriyama, and those conclude the position of please consider the district's resources and do not offer Bella Vista as a location to KIPP Charter School. And the other ones have less or are single topics, so I can read those quickly in the order presented to me. The Montebello Unified School District Board has been under constant scrutiny for many years. The issues are not exclusively the fault of our current board members, and in all honesty, we, the community, deserves much of the blame. We have continuously elected board members without significant administrative experience, teaching experience, or strong knowledge of how to adequately address the needs of MUSD. We, the community, fall victim to campaign slogans and generic rhetoric filled with empty promises and lacking in the know-how to address the district's woes. The intentions of many of our board members are pure in the initial stages of their campaigns and tenures as elected officials, but for some, their judgment, commitment, and focus on the well-being of students has been compromised. Some of the board members, Jennifer and Liliana, have made it a point to invest their time with political consultants named Angel, who wine and dine them, spend time on the golf course, and allow their future political ambitions to jeopardize their decision-making. Most recently, the board members allowed for a no-bid contract to be awarded to the Montebello City Attorney. The word awarding of a no-bid contract is uncomfortable and inappropriate on so many levels, but most notably raises questions about the intent behind it. Board member Jennifer Gutierrez has spent a great deal of time with Councilwoman Peralta and Mayor Coughlin in Montebello. Both members of the City Council have and plan to receive very generous campaign donations from a major donor associated with the City Attorney. Recent discussions from close friends of the council members have exposed a consistent message. Board member Jennifer Gutierrez intends to abandon the students of MUSD and run for City Council with the support of the Councilwoman, Mayor, and a prominent campaign donor. The decision to award a no-bid contract raises red flags, particularly about Ms. Gutierrez's political ambitions and her willingness to support a contract that could potentially benefit her with enormous support in a future campaign. Ms. Gutierrez, what happened to students come first? Your tenure as a board member lacks any major accomplishments, and our students are suffering. You are abandoning the students, teachers, and staff during a time of tremendous hardship due to the pandemic, the expansion of charter schools into MUSD, and the increased possibility of future audits from the state. You are abandoning a sinking ship that you have done little to repair. I wish you would have told us that MUSD was a stepping stone. Next time, I recommend telling the mayor and councilwoman that they should not be sharing your name as a candidate for city council while the ship is sinking quickly. Sincerely, Jose Marquez. Hello, my name is Yaritza Maya, and I currently have 2 children attending Bandini Elementary, 1st grade and 4th grade. I understand that the Bandini campus would possibly be taken over by a charter school, but I don't think the board sees how this may affect the children. With growing social skills as children and being socially affected by COVID this past year, I believe Bandini Elementary is a safe environment, a safe space to come back to resume their learning in a comfortable and familiar environment. Bandini is a small community-based community, and with the library close by, it makes resources more easily available for students, teachers, and parents. Our children are our future, and the school is their home, and I believe it is only fair that the charter school look elsewhere. Thank you so much. Good evening, board members. I wanted to voice my concerns regarding the displacement of the students at Bandini Elementary. I do not agree with Bandini Elementary being an option to accommodate the charter schools coming in. I have 2 daughters that attend Bandini, and I live in the city of Bell Gardens, and I have no problem driving them to Commerce because it is an exceptional school. Our children have gone through enough already with the global pandemic, having to adjust to distant learning and having to break the news to them that they might have to attend another school is unacceptable. This will impact not just my daughter, but other students as well, emotionally and psychologically. My daughters are eager to go back to school to their second home, which is Bandini Elementary. Laura Avalos. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Ramirez, and I wanted to say that I am 100% sure that closing down Vail High School is a huge mistake. If you look at the bigger picture, Vail has helped out so many students with graduating on time, making them feel like they finally have good things coming for them. And I personally felt that way when I got my high school diploma from Vail High School. The teachers at Vail High did everything in their hands to push us hard to have a successful life and help us cross the finish line, which was obtaining a high school diploma. Vail gave us a second and final opportunity to graduate on time, providing us extra classes after school, and teachers willingly staying after school to provide tutoring to those who needed extra help. The teachers and staff left a huge impact in my life, especially Ms. Bauer. I will always be beyond grateful for the opportunity that Vail gave me and that was making my mother proud by seeing me walk the stage before she passed away. So with a heavy heart and a whole life ahead of me, like stated above, closing down Vail High will be a huge mistake for various reasons, and I really do hope that the right decision is made. Hello, school board. My name is Wendy Martinez. I graduated from Vail High School in 2013. I just wanted to publicly announce that I am extremely grateful with Vail High School for the opportunity given to be part of class of 2013. Vail not only gave me a second hope to graduate high school, but it has also made me feel at home. It made me feel valued as a student, unlike any other high school, BGHS. I had an amazing experience with all employees from Vail High School. Everyone was very respectful. The teachers were all amazing. Vail makes you feel welcomed. I am writing this statement for me and many more students from 2013 who felt welcomed and valued in Vail High School. I really hope Vail receives a second chance, just like all of us Vail Vikings did. Thank you. ¿Cómo está eso que buscan a dónde, pero no en nuestro espacio? ¿Nunca ha pensado que algún día alguien invada su yarda como usted sintiera sin poder caminar? Blanca Aparicio. No charter school. Please don't bring any more students. I am a very concerned parent. How are the kids going to be protected with COVID still going on? Our kids deserve to have their computer class and speech program instead of bringing in more students. Please make it safer for the students already enrolled. It is not fair our public schools are always pushed aside. Like me, we don't matter. Sara Coronilla. This one just says, to whom it may concern, I would like to submit a letter to be read during the board meeting on Wednesday, March 17, 2021. Thank you, Sylvida Hernandez. Don't close Fremont Elementary. To whom it may concern, hello, my name is Marisela Hernandez, parent of 2 students in Fremont Elementary. We have been a B family for the past 10 years with my firstborn going there and now my 2 daughters currently attending 3rd and TK. We at Fremont have amazing staff and principal. We would be saddened for Fremont to be closed for another school to come in when Fremont has a good amount of amazing teachers and students. I will hate my daughters to get sent to another school and be overpacked with children and have a hard time learning. Just know if Fremont gets closed, you guys will lose 2 Montebello School District students because I will easily change my address to Pico School District. So saddens our poor kids are dealing with not being in school, and then we tell them, oh, we can't go back to that school because these stupid charter schools are taking over Montebello District. I am against our kids possibly be left without their school. The kids have been through so much at the school from lack of teachers, subs year round, so much dysfunction with the principals until now that we finally have a good one. Brenda Perez. Yo creo que la deberían probar ponerla en la yarda de sus casas para que sientan lo que los niños van a servir el no poder salir a patios de su segunda casa, porque para todos los niños es otra casa, las escuelas. No querrán convertir jaulas de malla como el otro presidente que enjaula los niños en la frontera. Es una locura, no existe espacio suficiente para los que están como ustedes, ya estudiaron cómodamente, quieren, and this is a bad word that I'm not going to repeat, los nuestros. Blanca Aparicio. And that concludes the public comments that are written, and I'm not sure, President Uribe, if we've been keeping track of the time so far.
Dr. Martinez, have you kept track of the time? And Dr. Ewan, do we also have any people who called in for public comment?
Yes, we have 8. 7 of them pertain to charter schools, and one of them says it's regarding announcement for town hall.
Yeah, and then Dr. Ewan, I wasn't keeping track of time. Did you start taking time, Dr. Ewan?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, let's get started then with the public comment, the phone call.
Okay, give me a moment. I'm going to call the ones about charter schools first.
President Uribe, I apologize. I did miss one. And this was unrelated to any item. It says, hello, my name is Patty Jimenez, teacher from Bell Gardens High School. Students in the Green Pathway would like to provide information on research they are conducting about drinking fountains, availability, options, and health impacts on campus. Thank you, Patricia Jimenez, Bell Gardens High School. My apologies for that.
Thank you, Ms. Copado. Dr. Ewan?
All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Veronica Viramontes. My daughters attend Gascon Elementary. I would like to know why Gascon was offered up when KIPP asked for Bellavista. And also, there are 3 elementary schools who have less than 400 students, one with 200 students attending. Why would you choose Gascon as a co-location when they have 600 plus students already attending? During these times where we must social distance due to the pandemic, why would you overcrowd a school that already has 600 plus students attending? We can see already overcrowding in the cafeteria, as well as during dismissal. Why would you add more? As a parent, I am very concerned that if we are planning to return, how will my daughters be kept safe under these circumstances? Furthermore, how will the loss of library time and computer labs affect their education? I am asking you to please reconsider this co-location for the safety and the welfare of the students. We need to keep our children safe. Being already in an area where the pandemic has impacted us the most, we need to make sure our kids are in a safe place and can return to a safe school. Thank you.
All right, let me call the next one. All right, we have Erica Estrada calling regarding charter schools. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is my name is Erica Estrada. I'm a Gascon teacher for 21 years, and I am just in shock. I am so emotional right now because of pandemic, because the report of the budget, the lack of resources for Gascon and the district. We need to think outside the box. We need to look into Huntington Park. They were able to keep KIPP at bay. Zoning law, teaming up with Montebello City, Bell Garden City, Pico Rivera City Council. I mean, we definitely need to take action, be more proactive. You already see the growing concern of these charter schools coming into our schools. We have enough worry. Please, I ask the board, Dr. Martinez, team up. Let's get our legal counsel to look into a legal way to have them at bay. For now, we are we are on the verge of being out of money in a few years. We need to advocate for our children, for our schools, our teachers. What is the legal team doing about this? What can we be doing more of? Can we do more research? Please, Dr. Martinez and board. I've been a teacher at Gascon for 21 years. We don't want to leave. We don't want to disrupt what we have. Our kids need us when we come back, and having another 60 or 80 bodies there, and adults and strangers, what is that going to do to our kids' mental health? Having 2 discipline programs, having 2 principals, as it is, we are already lacking resources. We are already crowded in the cafeteria and the playground and in the parking lot. Please, Dr. Martinez and board, Gascon teachers, we are imploring with you to please consider, rethink it. I know that it's a legal proposition, but what else can we do? Can you, think outside the box for the life, the health and safety of our kids? What can be done? I know there has to be more than this. We can't just cross our hands and just say, oh, well, it's happening to us. What can we do? We need to be more proactive. Thank you for your time.
All right, next we have Roland Damasco calling about the KIP decision. Minutes, okay, go ahead.
Sure. First, I want to offer my condolences to the Garcia, Sanchez, and Ackerman family. Good evening, Superintendent Martinez, Board President Marisol Uribe, board members, teachers, staff, and community members. My name is Roland Damasco, and I have been a parent of 2 children that attend and currently attend Bella Vista. Bella Vista will be on the brink of extinction should KIP be authorized to cohabitate on the campus of Bella Vista. It is fair to say that KIP will aggressively campaign to siphon students away from our beloved Bella Vista student community. The Bella Vista school community is small. The TK and kindergarten program in the recent decade has struggled to reach full enrollment and will not withstand this type of assault. If KIP is allowed to cohabitate on the campus of Bella Vista, losing 8 to 10 kids is half of a classroom each year. This will force the hand of administration to have to create combination classes, which will ripple through the grade levels in the years to come. The following year that kindergarten class moves up, KIP expands to first grade. Bella Vista is left with less students. The ripple gets larger and larger. You see the pattern and you can see the outcome. This problem will perpetuate year after year and year after year after that. In 5 years, the campus of Bella Vista may be called KIP Charter Elementary School. I implore you to decline KIP's request to cohabitate at Bella Vista Elementary. And thank you and good evening.
All right, next we have Isaac Wong calling about charter school. All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, school board members and presidents. My name is Isaac Wong. I have a 5-year-old currently attending Bella Vista Elementary School, and I respectfully ask the school board to vote no on sharing Bella Vista with KIP. Bella Vista cannot afford to lose classrooms and resources that have established for Bella Vista students to a competing school on the same campus. Bella Vista will lose access to computer labs, speech classrooms, and special education classrooms and the library. I kindly ask you to evaluate the many of surplus unused classrooms currently available at Gascon Elementary School. It is best for kids to be at Gascon, considering majority of the family interested in kids are in closer proximity to Gascon Elementary School than Bella Vista Elementary School. Bella Vista has the only dual language Mandarin program in the district. The program is in the third year of implementation. Over the next 3 years, the program will need additional classrooms to house the third, the fourth, and the fifth grade Mandarin classes. Dual language immersion is a committed program. The needed additional classrooms, computer labs, and library are committed facilities for future growth. Losing additional classrooms will have negative impacts to the committed program. We certainly do not want the dual language program to terminate. Bella Vista already shared its campus in many ways as it serves as home to the Head Start program, the Montebello Community Adult School Parenting Class, the Special Education Student Program, and now it's time for other schools like Gascon to step up and take one for the team. Lastly, I respectfully ask the school board to safeguard Bella Vista by voting no to share school with kids. I want you to be firm in the offer of Gascon Elementary School as a school of choice for kids. Tell kids that Gascon Elementary School is the best and last offer. Take it or leave it. Thank you.
And next we have Sarah Lamb. This is regarding KIP. Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. President Uribe, Superintendent Martinez, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Sarah Lamb, and I'm the mother of 2 students in the DIA program at Bella Vista. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to avoid placing KIP charter schools at Bella Vista in order to preserve the priceless school community that exists there and to give the school the best opportunity for growing the DIA program. The hardworking faculty, staff, and PTA board at Bella Vista have dedicated time and effort to build and nurture a true community of learners. When my son started kindergarten 3 years ago, I was so impressed with the school's obvious commitment to outreach, building partnerships with families, and establishing strong homeschool connections. Despite learning from home throughout this pandemic, the staff continues to coordinate campus-wide events for children and families and maintains their strong connections with students. It is a testament to how hard and how long the staff has worked to establish an exemplary school culture that extends beyond the campus gates. The community that has been established at Bella Vista is truly special and unique. I am a former charter school teacher myself and have taught on a shared campus, and it is for this reason that I fear for the impact to the Bella Vista community if KIP were to co-locate on the campus. I know that as board members and cabinet, you have the unfortunate responsibility of deciding where KIP will be placed, but I urge you to consider other locations in order to protect the very valuable community at Bella Vista. The DIA program is about to enter its 4th year, and it is my hope that enrollment at Bella Vista will grow along with the program. Allowing KIP to co-locate at Bella Vista would unquestionably impact the ability for the DIA program to grow and for other students to have the opportunity to become a part of this very special school community. Thank you for your time.
We have Marlene Ramirez calling regarding the charter schools. Second. All right, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, MUSD board. I'm a Bella Vista parent and public school advocate. I am here to express my concern with KIP charter schools and their predatory business practices. It is in bad faith for KIP charter schools to come into MUSD
and disrupt our precious classroom spaces. At a time when they should be at least impactful in their introductory phase into our district, they are disregarding our students' needs by requesting to co-locate at Bella Vista, where we will throw a huge displacement. The 4 classrooms that KIPP will take over are not by any means empty. These are spaces used by our parent education course, badly needed in our community, and 2 lower grade classrooms. Where would these teachers go? Bella Vista would have to give up either our computer lab, library, or spaces that are used to service special needs students to accommodate this displacement. KIPP would rather impact Bella Vista than go to a building offered to them that is currently empty. Why? Bella Vista families were not the highest number of interested candidates for their school. I will tell you why. KIPP prefers our campus because of its proximity to the freeway to attract more out-of-district families. This is the problem with for-profit education. They would rather harm our current student population while stripping away their resources for their own privatized gain. Shame on you, KIPP, shame. This is not how you enter a new school district, and I call on all our NUSD families to take notice of this shameful behavior. We say no to charter schools, no to taking away our resources. I too am a product of the public school system and attest my success to the grit and tenacity I gained through my educational career. I was very fortunate to have wonderful, dedicated teachers that are protected by their unions that will ensure they work in a fair, safe, and adequate environment. I see the same greatness in our Bella Vista teachers, most who have 20+ years of experience. It is important that we keep investing in our current public school system to ensure that all students are given a valuable education. Yes to NUSD schools and no to for-profit charter schools who do not have union-based teachers and do not accept special needs students at the same rates as public schools. We must continue this fight to not allow KIPP to disenfranchise our community. I call on all our NUSD families to keep faith in our NUSD school district, for when we work together as parents, teachers, and staff, we accomplish greater outcomes. Thank you.
All right, next we have Maya Chacon, who would like to speak about an announcement for Town Hall. Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maya Chacon. I work for the Tobacco-Free Partnership, a program of social model recovery systems. And I would like to invite you all to join us on March 30th at 6 p.m. via Zoom for a virtual town hall regarding, and there you will learn how to protect youth from accessing tobacco in Montebello. We need your help to ensure parents and students receive this information, and we would like to ask if we can share our flyer. You can also find the flyer on the Montebello in Action Facebook page. Thank you so much.
And the last one is Natalie Gonzalez, and the topic is reopening of schools. Second. Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, hello board. I know that it's already been decided by the board that the school would not reopen for this school year, but I was urging you to reconsider. I mean, I was looking through the surveys of the parents and students who are wishing to go back. According to the surveys that were sent out, over half, 55% of parents, 68% of students in elementary schools would agree to go back in-person learning. Intermediate schools, 65% of parents, 74% of students would agree to go back. And for high school, 55% of parents and 68% of students would agree to go back. So I'm not exactly sure why back in December it was decided that schools would stay closed. It's very disheartening given the fact that the majority of the community that is served in the Montebello Unified School District is Hispanic, and it just seems like their wishes were ignored. And it just seems, why is it so easy for this demographic to be ignored? So many other school districts are opening safely and are able to do so. So why is it that Montebello Unified is denying our students a proper education, an in-person education? I understand it's easier to teach through Zoom. You know, you don't have to worry about driving to school. You can work from home. It's a lot easier, but we are not going to sacrifice the education of our child just because it's an inconvenience for teachers.
Or does that
I
conclude?
hope you can reconsider and have another discussion about reopening schools. Thank you.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you, Dr. Ewan. At this time, we will move on to discussion and action items. We're going to consider item 12A, resolution number 18, March 31st, 2021, recognition of the Cesar Chavez National of Service and Learning Day. And I would like to call on Dr. Ewan.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, members of the board, executive cabinet, guests, and community. Tonight, I bring forward resolution number 18. For more than 3 decades, Cesar E. Chavez led the United Farm Workers Union by effecting social change through peaceful tactics such as fasts, boycotts, strikes, and pilgrimages. His efforts inspired millions of Americans, forging a diverse national coalition of students, middle-class consumers, religious groups, and minorities in a hard-won struggle to achieve fair wages, medical coverage, pension benefits, humane living conditions, and perhaps most important, dignity and respect for the hundreds of thousands of farm workers across the country. And I'll just read a little bit of the resolution. Whereas the Cesar E. Chavez Day of Service and Learning was created for public school students to promote service to the communities of California in honor of the life and work of Cesar E. Chavez. And whereas even after his death in 1993, his message of nonviolence, unity, and justice of all people continues on today. And now therefore be it resolved that the governing board of the Montebello Unified School District celebrates March 31, 2021 as Cesar E. Chavez National Day of Service and Learning to honor his legacy. And be it further resolved that the superintendent of schools encourages students, personnel, and community members to implement service learning projects based on his life, work, and values, and realize the full intent of the state-established Cesar E. Chavez National Day of Service and Learning. And be it finally resolved that the governing board of the Montebello Unified School District hereby honors and recognizes March 31, 2021 as Cesar E. Chavez National Day of Service and Learning, and encourages all to live by his vision for social justice through nonviolence.
Thank you, Dr. Ewan. If I may, I have a few words written down. So good evening, everyone. I want to start out my thoughts tonight with the words that we all know from Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, Si se puede. Living in today's world, I feel it is especially fitting that we celebrate the life and legacy of Mr. Chavez. Cesar dedicated his life to advocating for social justice through peaceful tactics such as fasts, boycotts, strikes, and pilgrimages. His work still continues today through the United Farm Workers, the UFW. His ability and efforts influenced and inspired millions of Americans. He was able to forge a diverse national coalition of students, middle-class consumers, religious groups, and minorities in a hard-won struggle to achieve fair wages, medical coverage, pension benefits, and humane living conditions. However, perhaps his most important advocacy was for the dignity and respect for hundreds of thousands of farm workers across our country. It is important that we all take this opportunity to learn about and reflect on the great contributions that Mexican Americans have made to our history and to our nation. Our resolution tonight shows our commitment to making sure that our students and community learn about our nation's history. I am also excited to see that we're commemorating Cesar Chavez's legacy with not just learning his history, but also calling for a day of service to our communities. So I encourage everyone to get involved, learn some history, and see how we can contribute and give back to our communities. It's unfortunate that even in 2021, we're still struggling to achieve some of the things that Cesar called for. Some in our state and our nation still struggle with trying to attain fair wages, medical coverage, and in some instances, human living conditions. However, in closing, I would like to provide some optimism and encourage folks to continue to improve and fight for justice. As Cesar and Dolores Huerta would say, sí se puede. Thank you. And if my board colleagues would like to also share some words or comments. Ms. Cabrera.
I'll just quickly share something. I'm going to outdate myself, but I actually started going to Cesar Chavez Elementary when it was still Colmar, and then there was a transition. So if any of you remember that, I am outdating myself a little, but I just remember how impactful that was, because there was a lot of conversation as to why there was that change to the name of that school. And so I just want to thank all of the teachers that I had at Cesar Chavez that introduced us more to the history of Cesar Chavez, the movement, the whys behind everything that he did. And I'm just very excited to have this in front of us today as a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. Ms. Magaña?
Yes, so I also am just so excited that we are recognizing this today. I think it's very important that we continue to acknowledge, all the different types of immigrants that come into this country and how much everyone just helps and pours a little bit about themselves and just helps this country be better. So definitely excited, as a Mexican American to be recognizing this day. I know President Biden also, had Mr. Cesar Chavez, a little statue of him on his presidential or behind his presidential desk. So, we are making strides and moving forward. And I think it's important, that we recognize all the different minority groups that come into this country with a lot of dreams, a lot of wishes, a lot of that hardworking spirit. So I'm definitely excited to be acknowledging that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magaña. Are there any further comments or questions before we move on to approve resolution number 18?
Just want to reiterate your words, President Uribe, sí se puede.
Okay, with that, I move to approve resolution number 18. May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we will move on to item 12B, and I would like to call on Dr. Ewan.
Yes, at this time, we bring forward to you resolution number 19, National School Library Workers Day. I would like to introduce Ms. Kim Lazaro, Program Specialist for Avid and Gate, who also supports the library media aides, to present tonight's resolution recognizing the contributions from our library media aides.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Just give me one moment. All right, good evening, Board President Uribe, board members, Superintendent Dr. Martinez, Executive Cabinet, and community members. As Dr. Yuen mentioned, my name is Kimberly Lazaro, and I'm here with my colleagues, Don Holland and Richard Williams. We are all program specialists with educational services, and one of our responsibilities is supporting the library media assistants. We are happy to be here tonight to recognize all the hard work our library media assistants do on a daily basis. Thank you for your consideration of the library resolution for April 4th, being recognized as National School Library Workers Day. We know that our library media assistants are dedicated to keeping our libraries in order and are extremely committed to supporting our students and our teachers. Here's an excerpt from the resolution. Whereas the library media assistant provides books and materials to meet the individual needs, varied interests, abilities, socioeconomic backgrounds, and maturity levels of the students served. Whereas the library media assistants contribute to the individual growth and development of all students, while fostering both excellence and equity in education. Whereas the library media assistants of the Montebello Unified School District have dedicated themselves to work for quality school libraries for all students. As you can see, this definitely highlights the extraordinary work and service of our library media assistants.
Many of our library media assistants have worked for many years supporting our schools, libraries, and assisting our students. Some have even worked close to 30 years. Each of our library media assistants will be receiving a personalized certificate of appreciation signed by President Uribe, Dr. Martinez, Dr. Yuen, and Dr. Garland. Here's a copy of the certificate that each library media assistant will receive. Certificate of Appreciation awarded to Montebello Unified School District Library Media Assistants for your service and contribution to the Montebello Unified School District School Library and the National School Library Workers' Day of April 4th, 2021. At this time, we would like to recognize our library media assistants. At the elementary level, we have Patricia Block at Bell Gardens Elementary School, Mary Chavez at Bella Vista Elementary School, Maria Eugenia Ramirez at Cesar Chavez Elementary School, Stephen Andrade at Fremont Elementary School, William Gomez at Garfield Elementary School. We also have Elizabeth Cabeza at Greenwood Elementary School, Sheldon McHorn at Joseph Gascon Elementary School, Louis Chen at La Merced Elementary School, Teresa Ricon at Montebello Gardens Elementary School, Laura Barragon at Montebello Park Elementary School. Also, Gabriel Leon at Portoro Heights Elementary School, Josue Guerrero at Rosewood Park School, Julie Curiel at Suva Elementary School, Miki Shintani at Washington Elementary School, Bonnie Zamora at Wilcox Elementary School, and Maria Estrada at Winter Gardens Elementary School.
Servicing the intermediate and high schools, we want to recognize Marlene Madrigal from Eastmont Intermediate, Helen Ledesma from La Merced Intermediate, Margaret Barrella from Macy Intermediate, Selena Armenta from Suva Intermediate. At the high schools, we want to recognize Leti Garcia from Bell Gardens High School, Maria Uranga from Bell Gardens High School, Sylvia Williams from Montebello High School, Isela Cruz from Montebello High School, and Nola Polo from Sher High School. On behalf of the College and Career Readiness Team, Kimberly Lázaro, Don Holland, and Richard Williams, we would like to thank all teachers, classified personnel, administrators, and the governing board for supporting our school libraries and our school library media assistants.
There's some library news that we would like to share. Digital scanners have been purchased for all of our schools and utilized during textbook collection and distribution during distance learning. Many of our schools have created virtual libraries for the students to access. Elite Reader Challenges have been held at various schools where students earn badges for meeting reading challenges. And Storytime has been offered during distance learning to promote literacy and share the love of reading. There have also been digital literacy workshops held at many of our schools. Destiny, our library textbook and resource manager system, is now on the cloud. So all of our library media assistants have remote access so they can work from home. Many of the LMAs have participated in the California School Library Association Conference in 2020 and 2021. And Destiny Follett training on Research Manager was held in 2018 and 2021 for all library media assistants. Last spring, when we were just starting the pandemic, we wanted to do something to reach out to all of our students. So we coordinated with the library media assistants and we held a library logo contest. Many students participated and entries were submitted from kindergarten to high school. The library media assistants voted on their favorite design, and the winner chosen was this drawing. We have the artist and winner with us tonight, Isabella Lycia, and she's been waiting patiently for about 2 hours. So Isabella, are you here with us?
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here tonight, and congratulations, you won the library logo contest.
Thank you very much.
Are you excited?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your drawing? It's beautiful.
Yeah. What inspired me about that is of sign language. That's why I put the sign language like that and where it says read.
That's great. How about the other pictures on the drawing?
The books inspired me by other books and the amazing books of the libraries.
The library is a wonderful place, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you come up with the theme, Let's Travel the World Through Books?
Because you could imagine like it's in real life.
Absolutely, especially during our pandemic, right? When we couldn't travel anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for participating and congratulations again. This logo just really encourages all of us to use our imagination and to pick up a book and read.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I wanted to show you that we're making this banner for you. I know you're now in 4th grade, but your name is going to be displayed in front of your elementary school, which is Bell Gardens Elementary. And thank you to the support of your principal, Christiane Sandoval, for promoting this library logo contest. We're very proud of you, and we hope you continue to read, read, read.
Thank you.
You're also.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Les. I just want to, before you log off, thank you so much for being so patient. Thank you for waiting. Your drawing is just beautiful. I love what you wrote. Let's travel the world through books. I just think it's so beautiful. It's so unique. And you just draw beautifully. So congratulations. I'm really excited. And I hope that your family is excited and you should be very, very proud of yourself. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Isabella, we're also making t-shirts with the logo design for you and the library media assistants because we're just so proud of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And this concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Lazaro. So I just want to share a few words. I'm always really excited for these resolutions when they come forward because we get to recognize our amazing Montebello Unified District staff. Tonight, we get to recognize our wonderful library staff employees. National Library Workers Day is a day for library staff, users, administrators, and friends groups to recognize the valuable contributions made by all library workers. I feel like despite this pandemic, our library workers have found creative and innovative ways to make sure our students still have the access and the resources they need for their education. Tonight, we get to acknowledge you and thank you for your work and your expertise. I think all of us throughout our lifetime have used or gone to a library for valuable information and resources. I understand that we live in a digital age where information can be found online. However, to me, there is nothing like going to a library, picking up a book and enriching myself and my children, of course, pre-COVID-19 pandemic. For that matter, with all the amazing books and resources available. In addition, if I have questions or need assistance, library staff is always there to lend a helping hand. I want you to know that you are truly appreciated for all that you do. I know at times things must be difficult for you to persevere through it and find a way to help and get things done and connect people with information. In closing, I want to leave you with a few quotes I came across. As Sidney Sheldon, an American writer and producer, stated, "Libraries store the energy that fuels imagination. They open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve, and contribute to improving our quality of life." The other quote I found was from Albert Einstein, who simply said, "The only thing that you absolutely have to know is the location of the library." On behalf of my colleagues and I, thank you for all that you do for our students and families of the Montebello Unified School District. May God continue to bless you and all the work that you do. And at this point, I will open it up for any comments from the board.
Yes, if I may share, I just wanted to thank our librarians and everybody who supports them with all the work they do for our students. I think about my previous experience with the library and the amount of knowledge and the access that was given to me by librarians. They're the hidden gem at all our schools, at every school across the country. I think about my time in college and how much I'm still learning through librarians and how much information they have and allowing me to explore my imagination, explore the ideas that come to my mind, using the library and using my resources. And I think that, I just really do appreciate you all and the work that you do and the support you give our students, because we continue to teach them that the world is up to us to learn, and that the library is there for us to do that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Madam President, if I may.
Yes.
I also just want to thank all of our librarians. Thank you so much for everything you do. I know you all go above and beyond to encourage everyone to read, and you're always so helpful. At least that's how I remember. I also want to give a quick shout out to a friend of mine. His name is Josue Martinez, and he's a librarian in the City of Commerce, and he reads to our children, and he's just so amazing. He really took it upon himself over this pandemic. He wears different hats, and he makes these little puppets, and he just brings all these stories come to life. And it makes kids so excited. So I just wanted to give him a quick shout out as well, because a lot of our MUSD students, use our library resources in commerce, and I know how impactful he is. And again, just thank you all so much for everything that you do and everyone that you encourage. Thank you.
If there are no additional comments, and I don't see any, at this point, I would move to approve resolution number 19. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye from me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we're going to move to item 12C, and I would like to call on Dr. Ewan.
Yes, thank you. So near the end of the 5-year grant cycle for Head Start, the district needs to apply for refunding. One of the requirements of refunding include having the Board of Education's support and authorization to apply for the grant funds. Attached is the refunding application for your approval.
Are there any comments or questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to approve this item?
Motion.
I'll second that.
Second.
Ms. Cabrera will second that. Roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye from me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we're going to consider item 12D, and I would like to call on Mr. Ellingson.
Thank you, Madam President. We are recommending that the board authorize the district to purchase 3-ply cotton masks for our students and personnel. This would be 2 masks for each individual as required, from our TK all the way through our adult students.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera? Ms. Cabrera? Cabrera? I believe your camera is on, Ms. Cabrera. Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
Aye from me as well, and I will go back to Ms. Cabrera. Legal counsel, would we just move forward if we don't hear a response?
Yes, it's appropriate to do that at this time.
Okay, thank you.
To move the motion forward.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going to consider item 12E, and I would like to call on Dr. Ewan.
Thank you. Let me share my screen with you. All right, good evening, Board of Education, Executive Cabinet, and community members. Tonight, we will be presenting an update on Proposition 39. Just to provide the community with some context, there are 2 charter schools starting in the fall and locating within the Montebello Unified School District. KIPP is a TK to 8 school. They submitted their charter petition last school year, and the Montebello Unified School District Board of Education denied their petition. KIPP appealed with the Los Angeles County Office of Education, County Board of Education, and the County Board of Education approved their charter. Time is a grades 9 through 12 school, and they submitted their charter petition 2 years ago, and the Montebello Unified School District Board of Education denied their petition. Time appealed with the Los Angeles County Office of Education, County Board of Education, and the County Board also denied their charter. Time then appealed with the State Board of Education, and the State Board of Education approved their charter. So here's just a recap. Proposition 39 was approved in November 2000, and it states that school districts are required by state law to share public facilities fairly among all public school pupils, including those in charter schools. And again, just to recap, here is the Prop 39 regulatory timeline. And as you can see, April 1 is the one that is bolded, because this is when the district is obligated to make the final offer to the charter school.
Dr. Yuen?
Yes?
Just for the record, board member Cabrera was having technology difficulties. She has since joined us. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, just some more context. So the school district is obligated to provide reasonably equivalent facilities to accommodate our in-district students. The facilities must be contiguous, meaning it's located on one site or immediately adjacent. The facilities must be furnished and equipped. And then we must also make reasonable efforts to provide the charter school with facilities near where the charter school wishes to locate. And finally, we provide major repairs to the facilities. So the school district also has rights. We cannot be required to use unrestricted general fund revenue to buy, rent, or lease facilities for the charter schools. We may also charge a pro rata share of the facilities costs. The charter school must conduct routine maintenance, and we can also charge a fee for any over allocated space. So how were the schools selected? Number one, we worked to develop a comparison group of the schools, and that's based on the schools of similar grade levels in the high school attendance area of the majority of charter school students would have attended. Then we determined the teaching stations, the specialized spaces, and the non-teaching stations. And we do that by counting the number of classrooms in the comparison group schools using an inventory. Then we calculate the ratio of students to classrooms in the comparison group schools. And then we use the resulting number as the denominator in the ADA classroom ratio for allocating classrooms to the charter schools based on its projected ADA. And I'll share with you an example later in this presentation. And finally, we assess the conditions of the facilities in the comparison group. So we look at the size, the condition of the interior and exterior, the mechanical, the plumbing, the electrical, equipment, fields, to make a determination of the condition. So we'll start with time. So here is an example of how we do the comparison of schools. And these are the actual numbers that were provided to us when they first submitted their Proposition 39 request. So we have 80 students who are meaningfully interested in attending the charter school. And if they were to attend our schools, their high school would have been Montebello High. We have 39 students who are meaningfully interested in attending the charter school. And if they were to attend our schools, their high school would be Sure High School. And we had 28 students who were meaningfully interested in attending the charter school. And if they were to attend our schools, their high school would have been Bell Gardens High. Because each of these high schools have their own attendance areas, that is why we compare them all. So this is how we calculate the school capacity. So Montebello High School has an average daily attendance of 2,140. There are 77 classrooms there, and you divide it and it comes out to 27.79 students per classroom. So therefore the ratio is 1 classroom per 27.79 students at Montebello High. We do the same for all of the comparison group schools, and the average turned out to be 27.19. So then we take times ADA projection, which was 126.64, and we multiply that with our ratio of 27.19, and that came out to 4.66 classrooms. And we round that up to 5, and that becomes the 5 exclusive use teaching stations. And we also include the specialized and shared spaces as well. So based on our appraisal of the different campuses and the walkthroughs and making sure that we comply with the Prop 39 requirements, the district did offer Montebello High School as the preliminary Proposition 39 offer to time. At the previous board meeting, there was a question about how the rates were calculated. So the district looked at the facilities costs that was paid with unrestricted revenues from district's general fund. Then we divide it by the total number of square feet. And then we multiply it by the total number of square feet allocated to the charter school. And that's how we get the $12.07 per square feet pro rata rate. And then we multiply that by the space at Montebello High for the charter school, and that comes out to an annual charge of over $400,000. So here's an example of how we charge it, and I'll show you a little bit closer. So these are the costs that the district pays for utilities, maintenance, insurance, telephone. So we add all of that up, and that comes out to a little bit over 27 million. So going back here, you'll see on the bottom right, under the total, the 27 million. Then these are the square footage. On the very top, there's about 2.2 million square footage for the total district buildings. So when after you take the total amount and you divide it by the square footage, it comes out to the $12.07 per square feet. And then we multiply the $12.07 to the exclusive use, the 5 classrooms, and then the shared use, which are the the labs and the shared facilities, and that comes out to close to 438,000. So Time's response to the district's preliminary offer was that they would like to accept Montebello High School, but they also have some additional questions or would like some additional information about the pro rata share calculations and logistics. They also continue to express their interest in leasing Vail through an alternative agreement outside of Proposition 39. So at this time, the recommendation for Time Charter School final Proposition 39 offer is one, a motion to approve Montebello High School as the final offer under Proposition 39 to Time Charter School, and that'll be the final and best offer. Or 2, motion to approve Montebello High School as the final offer under Proposition 39 to Time Charter School and continue negotiations on an alternative agreement with Vail High School. And then just to give you some more context, so what Time is requesting through the alternative agreement, meaning the lease of Vail High School, they're very interested in Vail High School. They are proposing an annual lease of $6 per square feet, which comes out to an annual lease of a little bit over $200,000. They will take care of the general maintenance and operations. They would like to move in May. And they'd also like to include the current equipment like the computers, furniture, tables, wood shop in the lease. So here's a comparison. The first row is what our calculations for Proposition 39 per square feet rate is. And then the second column is their proposed rate for the lease. So if we do lease Vail High School to Time, then Vail would need to be relocated. So at this time, if the board would like to give direction to present at a future meeting regarding a possible alternative location for Vail, by May, we would need to make a final decision for by April 1, we would need to make a final decision for Proposition 39. And then by May 1, the charter school will need to respond to our final offer. So at this time, this concludes the Time Charter School presentation. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Dr. Ewan, first of all, thank you for this very thorough and informative, presentation. I think it helps the community and us understand, and these visuals are very helpful. And I just want to begin by saying this conversation is such a difficult conversation. We've received numerous emails, calls, just so many people who are expressing like their pretty much like frustration. And I just want to say that for me, like I've dreaded this conversation every single time we have to have it. And I just want to make it clear that the board has repeatedly taken a stance and voted not to approve these charters on several occasions. However, our decisions were appealed by the county and the state level. So unfortunately, this is why we are at the current situation and conversation where we find ourselves today. And, I just want to say that, as a proud product of Montebello Unified, these conversations are very disheartening to have, these co-locations. Ultimately, this is not going to be a win-win situation. I think definitely like Montebello is not going to win. And I feel each and every single person who've expressed like their frustration and disheartenment, because I feel the same way. So, just wanted to put that out there, that I have had so much stress over this type of decision that we ultimately didn't want to make. But if the board would like to share comments or questions for Dr. Ewan, I just wanted to express my feelings.
Madam President, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Ewan, thank you again for your presentations, very thorough. I hope that it helps all of our attendees understand the process and the difficult decision that we're facing today. Know again that although I was not part of the board when they opposed the charters from coming in, I did take a stand. I did come to the board meeting, and I expressed my concerns against the charter schools. I did call into LACO, and I just want to remind everyone again that we have been looking at different options. We have been trying to figure out how we could stop this. Yes, we did bring up the fact that during these times where there is a virus that may affect everyone, that we should look into the population of our schools. We did bring that up. It's not something that is being considered. Unfortunately, we are legally bound. We are forced to give these charter schools pretty much what they're asking for. We hope that, as a community, you stand with us and that you continue to keep your students, your children within the Montebello Unified School District, and that you don't seek the charter schools. This way, they won't have students, and therefore they will have to leave. Know that this isn't an easy decision. We're not closing down any school. We're not closing down Bella Vista. We're not closing down Vail. If Vail needed to be relocated, that's what would happen. It would be relocated. It wouldn't be closed. I know for me, you know, being offered $6 for such a precious school, it's not something that I'm willing to bargain with. Vail High School is a historic site, and there's so much history to it. It's so valuable to so many of us. And we don't take for granted all the students that have prevailed going to that school. You know, I really want to express to our community that we genuinely don't want this, and that we are legally being forced, and that we hope that you understand. Thank you.
Ms. Cabrera?
I mean, I would say that I share a lot of the same sentiment that has already been shared. This is a very difficult decision. It's not an easy one, and not one that any of us are taking lightly. So just wanted to say that I personally really appreciate the outpour of voicing of opinions, feedback, and everything that has been coming to us through emails, public comment, and everything. I do want to share with my colleagues that I would encourage us to think about the least amount of movement for students as we are thinking about this decision. Again, I know it's one that we've all been thinking about a lot. I know it's one that hasn't been easy and that we've been stressing about and trying to figure out what's best, but that would just be a comment that I would offer for us to think about.
Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. Are there additional comments from the board or questions?
Yes, I have comments. I want to echo what my colleagues had mentioned. This is a really hard decision. Like Board Member Magaña said, we are legally bound to choose and give a location for KIPP and Time to co-locate. And this is a really hard decision because we've thought about thinking outside the box. We have worked with our legal, we have had meetings with the counterparts and trying to negotiate something that we can do. But this is something that our hands are tied. This is something I wish wasn't occurring right now. We wouldn't be having any charter schools coming into our school district. Because I have pride in our school, public schools, and our MUSD. But at the end of the day, we have to choose two schools that these charter schools can co-locate. And like President Uribe mentioned, it's not a win-win situation. So I also want to thank the community. I want to thank the community, the parents, the teachers, everyone that spoke today in public comment, that sent a public comment, and voicing your concerns about the co-location on KIPP and Time. It's all about community involvement and voicing your concerns, and we hear you. We have been working diligently, so thank you so much for doing that. I want to also go along the lines with Board Member Cabrera. I do think the least movement possible would be best. So that way it's that way it's not so effective so many schools. And I also want to say, hopefully we're not in this situation again in the future, but if we are, I want the community to come together to voice your concerns. If we're ever in a situation where they veto our decision, that we're there, we stand proud for our public schools, that we come together and voice our concerns, because I personally do not want to be in this situation again for our students, for our teachers, and put you all through this situation. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being here. Even though this is a really strong and important situation that we're facing, but it has to be done, and we're gonna do the best what we can.
Dr. Martinez, Ms. Copado, I also want to state, I believe we lost one of our board members. Ms. Magaña may be having technical difficulties. Has she logged back in?
I believe she's attempting to connect. Board Member Magaña, were you able to access the board meeting again? Board Member Magaña?
Hi, everyone. So I'm connecting through my phone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gutierrez, I'm sorry. I don't know if I interrupted you.
No, you didn't, but I thought about a question, if I may ask Dr. Ewan a question. The 400,000 that was presented, Dr. Ewan, how would that money be provided to MUSD? Would it be through a monthly payment? Would it be all at once, that payment, the 400K to use the facility?
It's going to be monthly.
Monthly?
Correct. So just so people know as well, after the final offer is made and after time either accepts or denies it, if they accept, there is a agreement, an actual contract that lays out, the payment and the terms and when they pay and what belongs to us, what belongs to them, what happens if something is damaged. So there's an actual contract that we engage in that the board will review and approve should they accept.
Mr. Ramirez, do you have any comments or questions?
And so Board Member Uribe, just to add to what Dr. Ewan mentioned, if the Board of Education would like to make a decision this evening regarding the time charter school, that is an option. If the Board of Education would like some additional time to think about it, Dr. Ewan will need to present an offer by April 1st.
I apologize. My mic was muted. No comment.
Okay, so is there a motion on the floor for option 1 or option 2?
I would like to make a motion. I would like to motion to approve Montebello High School as a final offer under Prop 39 to time charter school for the 2021-2022 school year.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, at this time I will do a roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez? Ms. Gutierrez?
Sorry. Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
Thank you. And I will vote aye as well for the sake of having stability for our students in the midst of just a global pandemic and, having so much uncertainty and, so many things that students are facing. I will support option 1 as well. So with that motion is carried. At this time, we're going to consider 12F, and I would like to call on Dr. Ewan.
Yes, thank you. So moving forward, 12F is the KIPP Charter School Prop 39 proposal or the request. So very similar to the one that we saw earlier, these are the actual numbers of students who are meaningfully interested in KIPP. There were 37 students from the Schur High School cluster. There were 33 students who were interested in the Montebello High School cluster. And then there was 16 students who were interested from the Bell Gardens cluster. And in this case, because it's an elementary school, we look at the feeder schools that feed into the Schur High School attendance area. And those include Bella Vista, Gascon, Montebello Park, Potrero Heights, and Wilcox. And we use these 5 schools as the comparison schools. So as previously mentioned in the previous 2 board meetings, we did offer Joseph Gascon as the preliminary offer to KIPP. So here's the calculations for Joseph Gascon. There's an average daily attendance of about 690. There's 36 classrooms there. So when you divide it, it comes out to 19.17 students per classroom. So that's the ratio, 1 classroom per 19.17 students. We do the same for all of those comparison schools in that group. And then we average the ratio and that average comes out to 19.45. So KIPP is projecting 82.07 students. We take their projections and multiply it by the ratio of 19.45, and that comes out to 4.22 classrooms needed. We round that up, and that comes out to 5 exclusive use teaching stations. And again, we include the specialized and share spaces as well. So as a reminder, we did offer Gascon Elementary School as the preliminary Proposition 39 offer to KIPP. The per square footage rate is the same. The only difference is the space at Gascon is smaller than Montebello, which is why you see that the annual charge is a little bit less, but it's the same calculation that we use for Montebello High School and time. And again, same calculation. We take all the costs that we paid with general funds for electricity, gas, sewage. We divide it by the total building square footage, and it comes out to the $12.07 pro rata charge. KIPP did respond to our preliminary offer. They countered and they would like to locate at Bella Vista. So our recommendation is for the final Prop 39 offer is to approve Joseph Gascon as the final offer under Prop 39 to KIPP Charter School. And at this time, I'd be happy to take any questions that the board may have regarding KIPP.
Dr. Yuan, I do have a question. Sorry, President Uribe, go ahead.
No, I was just going to thank Dr. Yuan and ask if there was questions or comments.
My question is, after visiting Gascon Elementary yesterday, one of my biggest concern was the parking situation there at Gascon. And I just want to know what are we planning to do to allocate and provide parking spaces for our staff? Because I noticed that it's very limited. So that's something that if you don't have an answer today, I would like a follow-up so that way we can accommodate if this motion were to pass, if we can accommodate for our staff.
Okay, we'll work with the facilities on that.
Are there additional comments or questions from the board? Okay, hearing no questions or comments, is there a motion on the floor?
I'm sorry, Dr. Yuan, at Gascon Elementary in the top building, there's some classrooms that are not being utilized. Is that correct?
Correct. At the site that we are, or the rooms that we're offering to KIPP, they are currently empty rooms.
And at Bella Vista, that is not the case?
I believe most of them are, except for one would I believe it's one that would have to be relocated.
Dr. Yuan, I have a quick question also. So after being at Gascon campus yesterday, I'm wondering, Because there are 2 computer labs on that floor, will they remain up there or would they be transferred to downstairs so students can access them?
The last conversation I had with Principal Valencia, the computer labs will stay only because all of the wiring and internet plugs are built into that room, those rooms.
And at that point, would we now create 2 new computer lab rooms for our students? Or what's the plan?
Those computer lab rooms are part of the shared space. So it would be accessible to both KIP and Gascon students. But in talking to KIP, again, it's not in writing, but it's just a conversation. They typically like to keep to themselves. So they are thinking of buying carts that they just put into their classrooms.
And Dr. Ewan, also for clarification, KIP is asking to be located there for how long?
So Proposition 30, that's a great question. Proposition 39 is an annual request. So every year, these charter schools will go through this process. So KIP's business model is typically they purchase their own or lease their own buildings somewhere else, and they have their own schools. Again, based on our conversations, nothing set yet. They are currently in escrow for a building, and they are seeking Proposition 39 facilities in case that doesn't go through.
So Dr. Ewan, what you're saying is there's still a possibility that say we approved and gave direction today, they may not use it depending on the escrow, or they're still going to need it for at least a year?
They're going to need it for at least a year because the building that they're looking at needs to be renovated to turn into a school. So they project that it'll be a year-long project. So it'll take, they would need Prop 39 facilities for a year.
Dr. Ewan, just to remind us and summarize again, can you remind us how many classrooms are going to be needing and what the movement would mean at each of these 2 schools that we are considering? So for example, 3 classrooms, that would mean that at X school, X classroom, we would have to move to, like, so just a summary, just as we think through it again. I know you've said it before.
Yes, so at KIP, there wouldn't be any movement because the classrooms that we are offering are currently empty. At Bella Vista, if I recall, there's maybe 2 classrooms that teachers would have to relocate. And then there's also the adult school classroom for the child care program would have to be relocated or shared as well. So there's definitely more movement at the Bella Vista site than the Gascon site.
Okay. Well, it is a very difficult decision, and so I move to offer Gascon Elementary as our final offer under Prop 39.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll go ahead and second.
Okay, at this point, we'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez.
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera.
Aye.
Ms. Magaña.
Aye.
I think the silences and the sighs just demonstrate how difficult this decision is for everyone. I will also vote aye, and that motion is now carried. At this time, yes.
Before we continue, Dr. Yuan, can you let us know what are the following steps that you would do after the board approves these 2 items?
Yes, so the next step is we'll work with legal to draft our final offer to both charter schools. And in that response, we'll also address their concerns and provide clarification. And we will send it off to them as our final and best offer. From that point, they have either until May 1st to respond to us or 30 days of receipt from our notice to respond. If they don't respond, then it voids everything and they can't request our facilities until for an entire year. They have to start this process again in November. So that's our next steps, is that we're going to send them our final response.
Now, in regards to the shared facilities or even the start time, is that something that we can negotiate with the schools so that way we don't cause any traffic and additional traffic in the morning? Or is the charter schools, is that up to them?
So I know in speaking with KIPP, they start earlier than our school and they also stay later. So there's potential for not having that bottleneck in the morning and in the afternoon. As for time, we can work with them to see what their schedule is.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, if there's no additional questions, we will now consider item 12G, and I would like to call on Mr. Ellingson.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 12G, we were contacted by our educational services people who were seeking to improve our distance learning model and possibly use this equipment in the classroom once we do return. So we're asking the board to authorize the district to purchase Poly Studio USB, which is a camera that is used by the teacher, and the camera follows the teacher's voice as the teacher is speaking. So it's to continue to provide a better platform for our students through distance learning, and to be able to incorporate it into whatever model of educational delivery that we will be doing in the future.
Are there any questions or comments from the board?
I do have a question. Mr. Ellingson, can you clarify what you mean that it would follow the teacher's voice?
So it's a camera that gets placed either in the classroom or in an area. And as the teacher speaks, the teacher can move throughout an area and the camera will follow them. So it enables a teacher to move freely in an environment and the students to be able to follow along.
And then does this camera have like an on and off button or like a privacy whenever they're done using it?
Absolutely, yes. The teachers have total control over the camera's functionality.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
I do have a quick question. I noticed that there's 30 that are being ordered. Are we planning on ordering more for the rest of the teachers, or are these going to specific ones? Can you clarify that for me, please?
Sure. I will defer to Kaden on that. Yeah.
I'll take that. So if you recall, we do have technology ambassadors at all of our schools. With only about 3 more months left in school, we wanted to give our technology ambassadors some time to try this out and get their feedback. And if this is something that is good and effective, then we will open this up to the rest of the teachers for next school year, because we know that there's going to be some different options of schooling next school year.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we just didn't want to buy 1,000 of them and then just have them sit around because they're not cheap.
Ms. Magaña, I believe you have a question.
Oh no, it sounds really neat, and I like the idea of it, so I would motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez.
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera.
Aye.
Ms. Magaña.
Aye.
And an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we're going to consider item 12H, and I would like to call on Mr. Ellingson.
Thank you again, Madam President. So this item, we're asking the board to authorize the district to purchase ARC Desk Buddies. They're mobile screens. They are barriers as a as a requirement for our students returning. As Dr. Yuen mentioned, we don't know what model that will be yet, but we need to be prepared for this, just like we did with the masks that the board authorized the purchase for. So these come in two formats, a smaller format for our TK through grade 3 students, and a larger format for our 4th grade through adult students. And this has 3 sides. It's clear on all 3 sides with a colored border, and it enables the student to see what's happening in the classroom and also create a protective barrier. This is another option to purchasing plexiglass barriers, which are bulky and cumbersome and difficult to maintain. These items weigh less than a pound. They fold up into one part. There's 3 pieces that fold together, and it has a handle, and it weighs less than a pound, and the student can carry it with them.
If there's no questions, I would like to move to approve 12H.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez.
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera.
Aye.
Ms. Magaña.
Aye.
And an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we're going to consider item 12I, and I would like to call on Dr. Yuen.
Yes, thank you. So we would like to bring forward to the board just to revisit the high school graduation requirements for the class of 2021, given that we are still in distance learning and the COVID pandemic had a major impact on our students. So I just want to share with you some of the things that we've researched and some of the options that we have to help support our students. So just some background, California Education Code 51225.3 specifies a minimum set of courses to meet state requirements for to graduate from high school and receive a diploma. However, local governing boards of a school district can adopt other coursework for high school graduation. And if the community and the board recalls, in the spring of 2020, due to the school closures caused by the pandemic, the Montebello Unified School District Board of Education approved the reduction of credits for high school seniors. And at that time, high school graduation credits were reduced from 220 to 190 for the class of 2020. And adult school graduation credits were reduced from 180 to 150 for the class of 2020. And here is just a comparison of our current graduation requirements. On the left column is the subject matter. Second column is the district's current graduation requirements. Third column is the adult school requirements. And then the last column is what the California minimum requirements. And as you can see, both our Montebello and our 12th grade and adult school exceeds the California minimum requirements because, again, the law gives local boards the authority to add additional courses for graduation. So one of the things that we did was we looked into the research on the effects of COVID-19 on student achievement. And if there's any doctoral students out there, this is very relevant, and there's a topic for you to study. So we did look at some of the research out there that was very current and conducted in 2020, and we wanted to share some with you. So this is from the JAMA Pediatrics group. There are some researchers, Goldstein, Wen, and Miller. They analyzed data from a national survey of drug use and health, or NSDUH, on COVID-19 and its impact on mental health for children and adolescents. One quote that really stuck out is, one potentially overlooked role played by schools is the delivery of healthcare, and especially of mental health services. Schools have long served as a de facto mental health system for many children and adolescents. And one of the data points that they pointed to was during an analysis of the 2012 to 2015 NSDUH, They found that among all adolescents who used any mental health services in the year, 57% received school-based mental health services. So this really shows us that school closures may be especially disruptive for children from lower income families who are disproportionately likely to receive mental health services exclusively from the school. So along the same line, there was another study from the National Association of Independent Schools. There were some researchers from Loyola University, Chicago, George Mason University, University of South Carolina, and the University of Missouri. They designed a survey instrument to capture the different aspects of teaching arrangements, the school's supports for teachers, and concerns about student wellness. They found that 98% of teachers notice anxiety or worry among their students at least occasionally, and 84% notice depression at least occasionally. And nearly 6 in 10 teachers, 56% of them, reported noticing student mental wellness issues more frequently than they had before the pandemic. So again, this pandemic is really impacting the social emotional needs of our students. From the academic side, the Brookings Institute, we had a group of researchers compare student performance in the fall of 2020 to the fall of 2019. And they found that in English, students in grades 3 through 8 performed similarly in reading to same grade students in the fall of 2019. At this point, they don't know the reason why, but they think it's because students read more on their own and the parents are better equipped to support learning in reading compared to other subjects that require more formal instruction. For instance, science may be a little bit more technical, or maybe a student studying a world language that they don't speak at home might be a little bit more challenging. In math, they found that achievement of students in 2020 was about 5 to 10 percentile points lower compared to same grade level students the prior year. And in this study, they looked at grades 3 through 8 students who took the MAP growth, reading, and math assessments in the fall. Again, more achievement research. The McKinsey and Company group, they had a group of researchers study the COVID-19 and learning loss and found that the pandemic has set back learning for all students, but especially for students of color. So they found that the assessment data from the fall show that students on average started school about 3 months behind where we would expect them to be in mathematics. And students of color were about 3 to 5 months behind in learning, while white students were about 1 to 3 months behind. And reading was a little bit more positive. Students started school just a month and a half behind historical averages. And their study was very similar to the one that was mentioned before in terms of reading was flat and then math showed some declines. And finally, Texas A&M had a study as well from a group of researchers. They researched the physical and psychological implications of traversing and functioning in this new virtual world that educators, students, and parents now find themselves operating. And this one looked at teachers, and they found that new teachers were already vulnerable to high levels of stress, and it often led to their resignation within the first 5 years of teaching. The onset of COVID-19 has exacerbated this situation for new teachers. So this has also impact on our teachers, particularly our new teachers. So here's some data. This is our data for the high school class of 2021. The first column are our high schools. Second column is our number of students in grades 12, and we removed all of the non-diploma bound students here. The third column is the number of students who are on track to graduate. They have at least 180 units right now. The fourth column is the number of students who are not on track to graduate. And then the last column is a percentage of the students who are not on track to graduate.
Dr. Yuan, I have a quick question. Looking at the number of students who are not on track to graduate, did these numbers increase from last year? Maybe like just kind of?
Yes, it did. I actually looked at last year's data and these numbers did increase, unfortunately.
Do you know kind of more or less like by how much? I mean, because these numbers look very high compared to what I saw last year, but I don't recall the exact numbers.
Yes, I don't recall the exact numbers, but what I remember was that it was in the 10 to 15% range.
Yeah, these numbers are just alarming.
Dr. Ewan, did we do the numbers if we do change the requirements, or is this it?
No, I didn't get a chance to do that just yet, but we can do that as a follow-up and provide that to the board via memo or another presentation.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So these are the high school graduation requirements that is listed in the action item. So option 1 is the reducing the credits to 160. Option 2 is 170. Option 3 is 180, and option 4 is 190. And just to remind everyone, last year we reduced it to 190. And in all of these, it's a reduction in English, physical education, health, and then electives.
I have a question. I don't see, I see for option 4 and option 3 that when it comes to electives, it drops from 6 years to 5 years. Where else does it drop so that it can total the 10 credit difference? Or is that 10 credits there?
That's 10 credits there.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Dr. Ewan, what is a typical semester, more or less, of the credits again?
Yeah, so students take six courses, and it's five units for that semester, so it's 30.
Thank you.
Dr. Young, can you tell a little bit about the reasoning behind, I know that the number that goes the lowest is like electives, right? And in terms of the number of credits that, and the options. And so can you tell us a little bit more about the reasoning behind the different options, or, why such a big bulk of electives? Why 10 credits in English?
Yes, so for history, math, and science, and world language, those are already the minimum that the state requires, so we can't reduce them. English, the state only requires 3 years to graduate and to receive a diploma, so that's one area that we can reduce. Physical education, the state requires 2 years, so again, that's another area that we can reduce. Health is not a graduation requirement, so that's another area to reduce. And then elective is not part of the graduation requirement as well. So that's why we have a varying degree of reductions in that area.
Dr. Yuan, can you also explain if this lowering the graduation rates at any level, would this harm any students who are going to universities or anything like that? Can you give a little bit of background with that?
Yeah, so if we, for instance, if we reduce our graduation requirements as an example to 160, and a student graduates, their diploma will show that they met all of the California requirements and the district requirements. They will earn their diploma, and they can, they'll still get their diploma at the end of the school year. Now, to get into a UC or a CSU or any type of institution of higher education, students will still need to meet that institution's requirements. So if the UC requires 4 years of English, then that student will still need to complete 4 years of English but this is only for high school graduation.
And then also just being mindful that students who are on that path to go to the universities have already at this point are receiving admissions letters. Is that correct?
Yes, they should, or they should be receiving it soon. Yes. And just as a reminder, because I think this came up last year, is that this is just the floor. A student can take everything and graduate with 220 units if they want, if they're, if that's what they're working towards. So we, just because we reduce doesn't prevent a student from taking more classes.
Is this the end of your presentation, Dr. Yuan?
I have a few more. This is what adult school looks like. So in adult schools, they don't require PE or health. And then so they have similar requirements as the TK-12. So the areas that we would cut is English and then the electives. And just to remind you again, last year we reduced adult school to 150. So if the board, well, I'll pause here if there's any questions about adult school. Okay, so if the board is ready, or if they need more time, just let us know. But the recommendation, I know in the board action item, there's a few options. So I just provided the language here, and then we would just fill in the blanks with the credits.
Thank you, Dr. Yuan. So your presentation and providing the context as far as why we're having this conversation was very helpful, and I hope was informative for the community to understand where we're coming from as policymakers. It's evident to see that students are struggling across the board. And it's also evident to see that students who might never have had a symptom of mental health conditions before the pandemic now have either one or numerous symptoms. And, as I think about the decision to make this evening, I think of last school year and our last graduating class of 2020, 3 months of distance learning, we extended that grace that they needed. And here we are a year into COVID-19 global pandemic, and we see the numerous mental health challenges that our students are facing. I thank you, Dr. Yuan, for everything that you provided, the informational, the data, and also just highlighting a few more from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. They emphasize how symptoms of anxiety disorder and depressive disorder have increased considerably in the United States from April to June of 2020. Also, a Harvard study emphasized that parents who were surveyed suggest that 27% of the parents and roughly 14% of children are experiencing worsening mental health problems during this pandemic. And again, the CDC, as of August 2021, talks about the fact that suicide is the second leading cause of death among high school age youth from 14 to 18 of years after unintentional injuries. So as I'm thinking of all these numbers, and these numbers are not just numbers, these numbers are people, these are human beings, these are students that we're talking about, I think it's evident to see that a year into the pandemic and thinking of the 500,000 lives that have been claimed by coronavirus, I would support option 3. I know last year we did, option 4. And I would just say reduce an additional 10 for those students who are struggling with mental health. And even as we talk about school reopenings, at this point, mental health and social emotional well-being will be at the forefront of our agendas, of teachers' agendas, because that's what the students need at this point. There's so much trauma. So for that, I would support option 3. But I would also like to hear from my board colleagues to see where their thoughts are and kind of what you're thinking.
If I may, Madam President?
Yes, Ms. Magaña.
I'm in agreement that I feel that a lot of our students are definitely struggling. And I think it is important to highlight the fact that this virus has impacted our communities a lot more because we are a working community, because we are communities of lower income that may not necessarily have all the resources that are needed in order to be able to excel in school and in these studies, right? I mean, I know the district provided hotspots and computers, but we know of so many cases of students that, you know, have had to get a job or, you know, have had to take care of younger siblings, and all of this matters. I think it's important for us to consider the fact that even this virus, you know, impacted our communities differently than it did any community that may have more resources or that may be more privileged. And I think it's important to highlight too that, you know, in changing these requirements, we really are just helping those students that are struggling. We're not taking from anyone. We're not, you know, stopping anyone from acquiring whatever their dreams and their goals are. I mean, they are set on that path to achieve whatever it is that they're trying to achieve. And we're talking about a high school graduation diploma that may really impact their future lives, because some of these students are really relying on this diploma to get a job right out of high school, to maybe join the military or whatever it is that they define as their next career path. So with all of that in mind, you know, I think it is important that we consider all of this and that we do help our students, and that, you know, we are very considerate in trying to change the high school requirements. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magaña. Are there additional comments or questions from the board? Okay, if there's no additional comments, I would like to make a motion to approve option 3. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. And at this point, we will have to vote on the adult school class of 2021. Is there a motion on the floor?
Dr. Ewan, can you please place back the different options, please? I'm just a little confused on what I saw. So it's my understanding that last year, the requirement was 150.
Correct.
Correct. So adult school graduation requirements. And this also applies to our Vail continuation school?
No, Vail was just what was approved earlier at the 180.
Okay, understood. So this applies to our community day school?
No, community day school was just what was approved at 180. This is adult school, 18 years and older.
Understood.
And so one of the things, just to add, last year, the Board of Education, when it considered reducing the high school graduation requirements, it reduced the graduation requirements by 30 credits for the high school students and by 30 credits for the adult school students. So this evening, our Board of Education has reduced the graduation requirements by 40 credits. So that is something for the Board of Education to consider. If you would also like to reduce the graduation credits for the adult school students by 40 credits, or you can reduce it by fewer credits or more credits. But consistent with last year's practice or vote, the reduction in credits were consistent for both high school and adult school.
Thank you for that, Dr. Martinez. I was about to say the same thing. And if there are no other questions or comments, I would like to make a motion to adjust the high school graduation requirements from 180 to 140.
I'll second that, Alejandro. I'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye for me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, I'm sorry, is there a question?
Yes, no, a comment actually for Dr. Ewan. It was brought up to my attention that our our district, we do not require 3 years of social sciences, and it's only 2 years and the 1 semester of ethnic studies. In the presentation, it said 3. That was all.
Thank you for sharing that, Ms. Gutierrez. At this time, we're going to consider item 12J, and I would like to call on Dr. Garland.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Martinez, fellow cabinet members, and community. Representatives from Toll Brothers working on the Montebello Hills project have held various meetings with district cabinet members to discuss the future student enrollment within the district boundaries as a result of the construction of new homes. Here to present on the topic is Olga Bevs from JCJ Partners. She will also be introducing her guests. Ms. Bevs.
Thank you, Dr. Garland. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Martinez, and members of the cabinet. My name is Olga Bevs, and I'm a school facilities consultant, and I work with residential developers and school districts statewide. For projects such as Metro Heights at Montebello Hills, planned in a mostly built-out city, we focus on 3 things. We review the distance to schools, whether or not there is room to serve prospective students, and what plan makes the most sense for the school district that will serve the future residents of this community from perspective of long-term fiscal efficiency. My client, Toll Brothers, will be making a request tonight with the goal of doing the right thing for the future residents and students of Montebello Unified. I would like to introduce to you Jason Sir-Tillman, Director of Community Planning, and Rick Nelson, the Division President for Toll Brothers. Jason Sir-Tillman has been working on the Metro Heights development in Montebello Hills for the last 3 years and will be conducting the following presentation. Our whole team is available for questions after the presentation. Jason? Jason, you're on mute.
Thank you, Olga. Can you guys hear me before I begin?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Olga, and thank you to the board for listening to our presentation tonight. I've got a few slides that I'll run quickly through at the beginning, just giving a quick overview of the project. And then I'll get into some of the student generation rates, the timing of the project, and some of the developer fees that I think will be of most interest in this presentation. Then, as Olga mentioned, we'll conclude and then do a question and answer at the end. Again, my name is Jason. I'm with Toll Brothers, representing the Montebello Hills project. Community name is Metro Heights, if you hear me mention that. All right, so just a quick overview on Toll Brothers. For those of you that have not heard of us before, we are a publicly traded company. We're a big builder throughout the country. However, we operate on a small builder front, in a local office, with a small group of professionals, all local to this area. This one slide I prepared, just talks about one of our most proud awards that we've recently won. So this is an award worldwide that talks about most admired companies, and we were ranked for the quality of the products and services we offered. We were number 6, and you can see some of some big familiar names, the ones before and after us. So one of our most proud prestigious honors in our history. Here's a couple of our projects that we've completed most recently in the area. This is Altair in Irvine, California, Porter Ranch in Northridge, and Metro Crossings in up north in Fremont. We've got many other projects currently in the works, and we're in over 30 different markets throughout the country as well. So a quick project overview. Here we have a site plan of the project. As you can see, we've got exactly 1,200 units total in its entirety, and we're splitting the project into 2 phases. So over on the left, We've got, well, on the north side, we have Montebello Boulevard, just to situate ourselves, and then Paramount Boulevard with the shops of Montebello just across the street. So basically the left-hand side of the project is going to be our phase A, which we've already started moving dirt, and construction activities already underway, as you may have seen if you've driven by lately. So we're excited to get that started. On the other side of the project, for roughly 800 more units, in a few years from now, we'll be able to get started there. So everything will transition nicely, an even transition of absorption throughout. We're going to have, great amenities throughout the site, which I'll show you in just a moment. But all this green space on the outer banks is open space that we're dedicating towards habitat. So, it's going to be a very lush and green site, a lot of trails, parks, and amenities for both the public and the residents. Here's a couple of renderings just to show you guys the design intent of the project. Great grand entry. This is a concept image of our rec center amenity as well. Some great park amenities inside and some spectacular views over to the south, but really all throughout the site. We'll have many different types of products ranging from townhomes like these all the way up to small, medium, and very large single-family detached houses as well. All right, I'll go into the project schedule. Generally, we've got all the site development underway already. That's moving the dirt, as you guys may see out there already. Then we'll start putting in our utilities. We're expecting sometime in the winter of 2021 to start our model homes. Around that same time, we'll be starting our first production houses. So those are ones that we'll end up selling to the homeowners as well, and opening for sale just shortly after that at the beginning of 2022, with our first expected homeowner moving in the fall of 22. This is our development project contribution. So on the top part of this chart, we've taken the recent Davis demographics study that I think was presented at your last board meeting in January, the end of January, to extrapolate, some student yield factors for this project. So as I mentioned, there's 1,200 units total, and I think what is most interesting and the biggest takeaway from this slide is, it's a fairly even distribution throughout K through 5, 6 through 8, 9 through 12, throughout. So obviously, not all the homes are going to be built and sold at the same time. There's an absorption throughout the years. But taking the averages of all of these numbers and the current level 1 school fees, which are $3.79 a square foot, we're looking at more than $10 million throughout the life of the job on developer fees alone. So as I said, this project, as we look at the start schedule, so first of all, as the developer, Toll Brothers will be paying these developer fees at the building permit issuance. So that means, when we go into the city and we pull a permit, we will also be paying the school fees at that time. So not when the homeowner moves in, however, when we start building the house is when the developer fees will be paid to the school district, which is great because, depending on the type of product that we're building, it may take anywhere from 6 to 9 months to build the home. So as you can see in this construction start schedule below, between our single family detached products and our multifamily attached products, throughout the estimated 6 years of selling out the project for all 1,200 units, you've got different lumps of expected estimated school developer fees trickling in throughout that time. So again, with us starting the models in the fall of this year, that's when these fees will start trickling in. This chart here is home closing schedule and student generation rates. So again, based off of the latest demographic study, for the years when the homeowners are actually moving in. So like I mentioned, it may take 6 to 9 months for different products for us to build the homes. So our first homeowners would actually be moving in fiscal year 2022. And as you can see by the projected students by grade level, it's going to be a evenly absorbed and distributed throughout the years. So accompanied with the developer fees, it's going to be easier to plan ahead for as well. So what we're here today talking to you about, and our message today is, first of all, we're extremely excited to be working in the city of Montebello. We've watched the city closely. We've made a big effort to get involved with the city. We've got a fantastic relationship with the city office, city staff, city manager as well. I know Joseph Palagme, the director of planning for the city, was on earlier. He had to jump off, but he was here to show his support for the project. We've been working very closely for the last 3 years. This project has been in the works for many years before we entered into the picture as well. So our message today is talking about planned growth that is anticipated, going to come in regular increments, and is understood by the school district to be most beneficial to the school district and the community. So the capital benefits I talked about, which over the course of the project will equate to at least $10 million. And that's just at today's level 1 developer fees. And, again, the fees are paid at building permit. So when we start building the homes, it'll take 6 to 9 months for the homes to close. That means homeowners moving in. And as we all know, depending on the time of year when those homes are closing, they may finish out the school district, the school year at their previous district and join the next year. So, we feel strongly that there's probably even more time after these 6 to 9 months. And then the increased assessed valuation for the district, the opportunity for faster repayment of their general obligation bonds or lower property tax rate for the community as well. The development of Metro Heights at Montebello Hills is good for the district. The projected students will help offset the effect of declining enrollment by adding new students to individual classrooms, schools, and the district. And then the operational benefits of the project students. Every enrolled student brings LCFF revenue as well. Students from multiple grade levels enroll in small numbers over these 6 to 8 years. So it's more efficiently staffed for classrooms, sufficient time to plan any needed classroom additions as well. Our request tonight. So we're looking for the board to assign the project to the attendance boundaries of the following schools by April 2021. So Potrero Elementary, Macy Intermediate, and Schur High School. We're looking for resolution on this by April as we are getting ready to ramp up our marketing efforts, launch our marketing campaign and website. There's been a ton of interest from the general public on our interest list and prospects looking to buy homes. And really it's a partnership with us, the district, the city, and really all the businesses in the city as well. So we're excited to enter in to this great development, and we are looking for this by April if that is possible. Finally, in conclusion, the schools we are requesting assignment to are, very in very close proximity to the site. So as you can see by the yellow arrow, that's the future entrance. There's actually two of those future entrances. So Potrero, Macy, and Cher are very close to the site as well. So that's the conclusion of this presentation, and Rick, myself, and Olga are here to answer any questions as well. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for your presentation. So just for clarification, at this point, we are voting to approve the school boundaries within this project of the Montebello Hills. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. And Dr. Martinez, I believe we have our Potrero Heights Elementary principal joining us.
That is correct. This evening, we are joined by Ms. Lilia Toyan. Welcome, Ms. Lilia Toyan. If you'd like to share a few comments regarding your school.
Yes, thank you, Madam President Uribe, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Martinez, members of the Executive Cabinet, and community members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Potrero Heights Elementary. I'm delighted to know that the Montebello Hills project has requested that Potrero Heights be zoned in their boundaries. It's very exciting news. I'm looking at the numbers that you presented, and in my mind, I'm planning how many students that we are able to absorb from this beautiful new development that you are starting. It seems that if the students would come now, I would need some more space. And as I think about the space that I currently have, it is not adequate for adding on more students. I have 25 classrooms. They are currently being used. I have two very small classrooms that are not being used, and they really can't house a regular classroom. So I would need to have some more classrooms. And this would greatly impact my school by having to squeeze kids in, and it would go over the enrollment caps that we are tasked to follow as well. So to resolve the impact of the enrollment and to allow for future growth, as you have stated, I respectfully request your consideration, Board of Education, in approving and allocating funding for the construction of a building that houses a few classrooms at Potrero Heights Elementary. This would resolve the issue of classrooms that would become overcrowded, and it would provide a clean, nice space for the children. I can propose spaces on the campus. Dr. Martinez came to see my site with others at the district office, and they looked through it, and we can see that there are areas that would fit a nice new building there, and we can reconfigure playgrounds and move things around, and it would be very conducive to having a building that can house 4 or 5 classrooms and perhaps even a music room or a computer lab. That would favorably impact the Potrero Heights community as the area continues to grow.
And Mr. Toyan, if you don't mind sharing a little bit about how this project supports the vision the vision that you have for Potrero Heights Elementary School.
Of course, our vision is academic excellence. And if we were to have another building where we can continue with developing our school into a STEAM school and provide a music room, let's say, and provide music instruction for my children there that so badly want to have that, that would move us closer to the vision of academic excellence and a well-rounded student.
Thank you, Ms. Toyan. And I'm not sure if it's Mr. Sir Tillman or Ms. Bebbs, if you just would like to maybe share with our board about the role of the one-time monies and how that may be able to support the vision of Potrero Heights Elementary School.
Sure. I would gladly take that item on. As Jason presented, the project will be generating over $10 million in one-time developer fees. And in addition to that, as Potrero Heights becomes eligible for modernization state funds, these funds could serve as the local matching share for the state funding. And there could be a significant amount of money from the state as well. So the total money that this project would generate is beyond the 10 million. And this is over time, and developer fees will also have a tendency to grow over time on a per square foot basis. So ultimately, I believe there's sufficient funds to meet the vision that Dr. Atayan has for the school site.
Are there additional comments or questions from the board? And I just want to check, I believe Ms. Magaña may have lost connection. Is she back on?
Board Member Magaña, are you able to hear us?
Hi, yes, I am back.
Thank
I
you.
think I missed part of the presentation though. So where it says construction start schedules and school developer fees, when I logged back in, it was just on there. So I didn't really get to hear the explanation.
So I think the slides that follow were the requests that they are making. Would you like for them to very quickly review the last few slides as to what the request is?
Please.
So Mr. Sarchoman?
Yeah, my pleasure. In conclusion, our message, to the board is, this project will bring planned growth that is anticipated, comes in regular increments, and is understood by everyone to be most beneficial to the district and the community. So we've been working closely with the City of Montebello for the past several years as well, and have a very strong partnership with them. And we're looking for similar strong partnership with the district as well. We've had a few meetings with Dr. Martinez and Dr. Garland and a few others as well, and you've been very open to touring our team around your district as well. So we appreciate the open arms there. But in conclusion, the capital benefits, at an average of our square footage price of level 1 fees, over the course of the job, it'll be over $10 million, and likely higher than that with potential increased fees over time. And as Olga was saying, with the matching through the state funds, that is definitely a path to take as well. So when it comes to the planned growth that's anticipated, there's a clear amount of time before the students are going to be coming to the schools from the time that the developer fees are paid. So we pay the fees at the time we start building a house. A house may take, whether it's a townhome or a house, anywhere from 6 to 9 months before the homeowners move in. And then, as we all know, depending on the family that's moving in and what time of the year they're moving in, they may wait for the school year to end rather than disrupting their students if they're moving from another city. So it gives ample time for planning ahead. And then obviously the development is great for the city in many different aspects, but with these projected student generation rates, it'll definitely offset the effect of declining enrollment within the district. So there's operational benefits that come with that as well. Every enrolled student brings the LCFF revenue to the district, and then students from multiple grade levels enroll small numbers over the 6 to 8 years, as I've stated. So it's not a lump sum at any given time. So as I come back to this slide here, for Potrero, for example, in the elementary school in 2022, this projection based on the latest demographics is really saying only 2 students. However, in 2023, One, we'll have already been paying, almost $1 million in fees. So it trickles down like that, where the fees will come 6 to 9 months, but realistically sooner because the lag time for students enrolling, giving the district ample amount of time to plan ahead for that. Our request tonight was assigning of this project to the attendance boundaries of Potrero, Macy, and Scher High School. Proximity is part of the reasoning in that, as well as we feel like they're a good fit for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Sertillman. Ms. Atoyan, would you mind sharing again your welcoming of this project and how this supports the Potrero Heights Elementary vision, as well as the request that you would have for consideration, please?
Of course, yes. I'm delighted to know, yet again, that these builders are considering Potrero Heights as a school of choice for their development. As such, in absorbing these students that will be moving in, we will have some definite issues with not having space for students. Right now, I have 25 classrooms, 405 students. All of the classrooms, except 2 very small ones, are currently in use. And those, adding more students will be crowding the classrooms, honestly. So what we need is additional classrooms added. And as I asked before, I'm respectfully requesting that the board considers approving and allocating the funding necessary for the construction of a building of classrooms, possibly 4 to 5 classrooms with either a computer lab or a music room, in order to further our vision of becoming a STEAM school and toward academic excellence.
Thank you, Ms. Atoyan. And then Ms. Bevs, if you don't mind sharing again, the one-time developer fees monies that would be allocated that would support what Ms. Atoyan is requesting and asking for consideration, please.
Absolutely. So as Jason reviewed in detail, by the time the project is built out, the district would have accumulated over $10 million in developer fees, and due to inflation of fees over time, which is typical, we would anticipate that number to be even higher. And secondly, this money could be used as a local match to the current state funding program. And there's 2 aspects of that. I didn't mention the new construction aspect previously, but there is a modernization program and new construction program. Both programs require a local match, and then the state provides additional funding for the construction of new classrooms, as well as the modernization of the campus whenever Potrero becomes eligible for modernization. Altogether, there should be plenty of funding to build the 4 to 5 classrooms that Dr. Atoyan just described.
Thank you. And so Board Member Magana, that was the information that I believe you missed. And so now the Board of Education, I believe, was given the opportunity to ask any additional questions, either of the Toll Brother representatives, of Ms. Babs, or of Ms. Atoyan. I see Board Member Gutierrez.
Yes, I want to thank Ms. Atoyan for being here and providing her insight. But I also want to know, what about Macy and Scher High School? Did we ask their principals the same question we asked Ms. Atoyan, so they can provide us what additional resources we would have to provide to accommodate our new students?
Yeah, I did have conversations with what principals. Those schools are in a different situation. Our enrollment has decreased substantially at the 2 schools. So there is room at both schools. The only school that we had discussed with Toll Brothers was Potrero Heights. In visiting Potrero Heights prior to this project, Ms. Atoyan had already expressed her interest in expanding Potrero Heights Elementary as part of her vision. So I don't know, Ms. Otoyan, rather than me sharing, I don't know if you would please share how you even identified the location where you would like these classrooms, because that was part of the walkthrough. So if you don't mind sharing, please.
I don't mind sharing, Dr. Martinez. When you came by, I had told you a corner in the campus that would fit in a couple of bungalows. But then today I walked my campus again, and I looked at this large playground adjacent to a park that Montebello City or Montebello Unified owns. And I thought, if we can just reconfigure that playground, the building would be facing Hill Drive, which is the front of the school. And behind it would be a reconfigured playground with maybe taking a little bit of the park as part of our playground and re-fencing. With that type of reconfiguration, the building would fit nicely there. It's already covered in, the asphalt. It's already graded, so it's easier to deal with than the other location. So that, in my mind, that presents a vision of Potrero Heights where I would like to see it go.
And I guess, this is something for our Board of Education to consider. I think, Ms. Otoyan, thank you very much for joining us this evening. You've shared your input. And then I know you've also expressed the desire to be able to grow in your enrollment. Can you just share a little bit with the community some of the recognition that your school has received as it pertains to students achieving academic excellence, and why you would want to reach more students?
Yes, absolutely. This is my 7th year at Potrero Heights Elementary, and I initiated an excellence in writing program because I saw, based on test scores, the standardized test scores that we give, the tests that we give every year, I saw a little deficit in reading comprehension and in the writing section. So I started a writing program, provided some wonderful in-service to our teachers, some training on how to teach writing. And we noticed a very amazing thing. The scores in reading comprehension, the scores in writing just went up. We were up to in the 40% above standard. So the writing has really propelled us in terms of our scores and student achievement. In addition to that, over the last 4 years, we have garnered the California Distinguished School Award. And that award has been given to us twice in recognition of our outstanding achievement in getting such high scores. And those scores were attributed to the writing program, which contributed to overall success in our students' grades 3, 4, and 5. And we do also start teaching writing in TK. If any of you can visit my school, I have a display case in the hallway that shows the writing samples that I have saved through the years. And it shows kindergarten, TK, kindergarten, all the way to 5th grade, where the 5th grade writing samples are almost like middle school essays, and they've come a long way. So our staff is amazing, and I would like to grow that type of learning at our school. In addition to getting the California Distinguished School Award, we've also been selected by the USC Rasier School of Education in partnership with Innovate Public Schools for being a high-performing school. Those students of color have been able to get high scores on their test scores as well. And yet again, direct teaching, small group instruction, this has contributed to those scores as well. So we've come a long way in the 7 years, and the programs that we initiated in addition to the writing program was our reading incentive program that we integrated with the accelerated reader computer program, which has allowed us to, again, focus on reading comprehension and organizing thoughts and moving forward with learning. And so this is what I would like to push on and make happen more. And we need to have the space in order to do this. We just set up a science lab, and the science lab is going to be used for all our students K through 5 to be able to explore.
Ms. Atoy, I believe Ms. Cabrera has a question.
Yes, well, I just want
Yes,
to
Ms.
share the sentiment. Like, thank you so much. I think that the vision that you have is really strong and wonderful. So I, first of all, want to say thank you for that. I would want to hear a little bit more or some from La Merced Elementary, Dr. Martinez. I would want to kind of hear their thoughts from them. And so, again, I think the vision is great. I think the school is amazing, but I do want to make sure personally that I hear from both. And so just want to share with my colleagues that I don't feel ready to vote on this today, and I'm just not sure if we need to vote on it today.
So yes, the Board of Education does not necessarily need to vote on the matter today. In speaking and working with the Toll Brothers and its representatives, is that they are on a timeline in that they also like to start marketing and advertising the property. And usually potential buyers, one of the common questions is, well, what schools would our students attend? So in meeting with Toll Brothers and representatives, we have shared that La Merced Elementary is the dual immersion school. And so should the families in this new project not be interested in a school-wide dual immersion school, English and Spanish, then the question was raised, well, where would they go? And so that's where we find ourselves, where the Toll Brothers also indicated and proposed, well, Potrero Heights is in close proximity. If the students who live in this community do not want the dual immersion program, would they be able to, from the very beginning be told you're zoned for Potrero Heights Elementary? And if they wanted La Merced Elementary dual immersion program, then that would be considered as well. But to answer your question, the Board of Education does not necessarily need to make a decision tonight, but I believe on behalf of the Toll Brothers and Olga and the representatives may add, is that they would appreciate a timely decision so that they can continue and make progress with their efforts in marketing the project. And Olga and Mr. Nelson and Jason, feel free to add any information with your timelines.
No, I think you hit it on the head. From my perspective, there's no obligation to vote tonight. But however, we do have a lot of our marketing campaign pending on this. We are looking. There's a lot that goes into preparing on our website. Design, launching our marketing campaign. We've got a lot of interest in the project, and we're trying to keep the momentum going. A lot of buyers are reaching out already, and we're not. And like Dr. Martinez mentioned, it is one of their first questions. Which school would my child go to? And as of now, we're not quite able to answer that. Which is okay, as we're a bit a ways from opening. However, like I said, we want to keep the momentum going. We want to capture these prospects, bring them into the city of Montebello, where they can buy a house, and we don't want to lose these prospects to other cities and developments as well. So we are looking for a timely response if that is appropriate. A decision to be made tonight. However, it is certainly not needed to.
Ms. Culpado, I believe your hand is up. Do you have a question?
Thank you, President Uribe. I do. And I'm just listening to the presentations, and I want to make sure that it's clear to the board as to what they're being voted on. And Dr. Martinez and Jason, please feel free to clarify for me if I have this wrong. It seems to me that based on the discussion tonight, there's really 2 action items that are being presented to the board for consideration. The first is the presentation pretty much from tonight concerning the boundaries issues. right? And Toll Brothers is asking us to pass a resolution by April 2021 so that this, it's the request that MUSD board assign the project to the attendance boundaries for the following schools, Potrero, is it Macy and Shore High School. So it seems to me that that's one action item. I don't know if there's a resolution that's been submitted to us for our review. If not, if I believe we have our second meeting at the end of April. So I don't know if that would meet your timeline. So that's one component. I think the second component that is being discussed is this allocating of funds and the presentation made by Ms. Atoyan from Potrero. Is that they're asking for an allocation of funding for additional classrooms as necessary. And that just from a legal perspective, if we're allocating funding, we should define what as necessary means so that if the board is committing to the funding, that it's actually a dollar amount. So what how I am perceiving this is that there's really two action items here, and we can either separate the two motions if that's what is being presented today. But that's how I'm seeing, just to make sure that we are presenting the information clear to the board and that they know what they are acting on, because it seems that we can separate those two actions.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Copado. And I know Board Member Gutierrez had an opportunity to sit in our last meeting. I believe her hand was raised. I don't know, Board Member Gutierrez, if you were still wanting to make a comment. And then I believe Mr. Ramirez had raised his hand afterwards.
It did. Jason or Olga, if you can clarify, I might have missed this. How did you come into the decision with choosing Potrero, Macy, Shore High School over La Merced Elementary, Intermediate, and Montebello High School?
The decision was mostly due to the proximity to the site. You know, I think that was the foremost. You know, from a planning aspect, where the entry of the community are. You know, we're going after a wide array of demographics on this project, from professional couples to young families, of course, teens and tweens we call them, and modern families. You know, I think that the bottom line is, there's a lot of working parents who are going to be commuting along the 60 freeway as well. So having access, closer to the freeway is one of our goals. So kind of looking at the full picture and the life of the project, the enrollment rates, of course, were part of the consideration as well. That's how we came to the conclusion. I don't know if Olga or Rick, if there was anything I may have missed there.
Jason, I agree with you. It just makes the most sense for the project, considering where the project entrance is, the proximity to the freeways. Basically, as residential developers, we care about making the best, most convenient choices for the future residents and the parents and the students.
And then Mr. Board Member Ramirez, I believe your hand was raised. And then I think Board Member Magaña was after yourself. Board Member Ramirez?
Sorry, I was mute. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Martinez, but 12J has nothing about funding and allocating funds, right? We're not deciding on that today. We're only deciding on the zoning boundaries.
That's correct. Only the zoning boundaries. Ms. Atoyan was just presenting her wish list that ties to her vision, which that would be a separate matter.
Got it. Okay. Just want to make clarify.
I think it's very important, though, to keep that into consideration because it would be a factor, right? Allocating funding. So I do understand Ms. Copado's point of view, where she sees it as two items. So I think that's important to keep in mind as well.
And then Board Member Magaña, I think you had a comment?
No, I think I accidentally unmuted myself.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Gutierrez, I believe you're raising your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I think I asked all my questions, but I just want to thank the Toll Brothers for being here. Jason, Olga, thank you for being here today. Nice to see you all again, and providing a really great presentation. I'm just going to let my colleagues take it away and see what they say.
And so then back to Board Member Uribe, I believe. Board Member Uribe?
Yes.
Okay,
So,
back to you.
thank you. I move to approve the school boundaries as a result of the Montebello Hills project. Do I have a second?
I'm sorry, Board Member Uribe, is the motion to designate Potrero Heights, Macy, and Shore High School? The board action does have two items on there.
Yes, I would move with the recommendation that was being presented this evening.
Okay, so there's a first motion to approve to designate Potrero Heights Elementary, Macy Intermediate, and Shore High School. Is there a second?
Dr. Martinez, before I continue, just to clarify, today we're just voting on the boundaries, correct? Not the allocation of funding.
Boundaries only.
Additional. Okay, I'm okay with that. I'll second President Uribe's motion.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye from me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we're going to consider item 12D, and I would like to call on Dr. Garland.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Martinez, fellow cabinet members, and community. This action item is asking for approval of an MOU between Montebello Unified School District and the California Department of Public Health through the Los Angeles County Office of Education to utilize the laboratory services of PerkinElmer to provide COVID-19 testing for Montebello Unified School District students and employees at no cost to the district. We will begin utilizing these tests with our student athletes. Mr. Ackerman is here tonight in case the board has any specific questions about COVID-19 testing for our student athletes. So we would be happy to answer any questions at this time. And thank you, Mr. Ackerman, for being here.
Dr. Garland, President, if I may, I don't have a question. I'm sorry I'm speaking so much today. It's just a lot of content. But I wanted to thank Mr. Ackerman and Mrs. Capps. I believe they are on here on our attendees. I had the opportunity to visit the cross-country meet, and just thank you for all your support that you've done through our athletics, our athletes. Thank you so much for all your support that you've done throughout this whole pandemic and motivating them to continue with their sports. But just a little quick comment. Thank you so much.
And Mrs. Capps is not with us right now, but Mr. Ackerman is. Thank you, though.
And Dr. Garland, I believe Board Member Ramirez is raising his hand.
Yes,
sir.
I just had a quick question. I'm seeing that we're going to start off with the sports, right? Are we getting a parental consent for students to get tested? Or is that going to be like a generic consent form? I'm thinking also long-term, when the time comes for us to come back to school, are we going to have like a generic consent form for all students to have to take this test, or is it mandatory? What is that going to look like?
Thank you for asking. There's a registration process where the student athletes get on and register. I'll have Mr. Ackerman answer more of the specifics of that. Mr. Ackerman, can you unmute and speak to a little bit about the process?
Sure. During the registration process that Mr. Garland just mentioned, the parent does have to give consent because the student is a minor. Moving forward, as of right now, with our county numbers, there is no testing required for any high contact sports. But in case things do trend up, the district would be prepared to test athletes so they would be able to compete in the future.
Got it. So, and if a parent refuses to consent, are they still allowed to play, or is there like a protocol for that?
That protocol is still going through the public health right now. So as of right now, they would be fine competing because there is no testing requirements.
Got it. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
One of the things also, if I may add to Mr. Ackerman's response, is there is no vaccination for students under 16. And so, it's still being worked out. I understand there's a pilot going on for minors from 6 months and older. So it's evolving, but, at least for purposes of the memorandum of understanding. I don't know, Dr. Garland, do you want to share a little bit about LACO's approach and how kind of they were at the forefront and how now the school districts are to follow suit, please?
Yes, and Mr. Ackerman and I can kind of take this on together too. So if, just so you know, if the percentages do go up above 7%, then we are prepared. And if the students test positive, of course, they can't play. So we're going to have the test kits just in case that happens. So we got some guidance through CIF. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, Jeff? The guidance through CIF about testing?
Sure. So when they did approve high contact sports such as water polo and 11-man football to come back to compete, LA County was at 14% per 1,000 cases. So at that point, we would have to case. Now that the county has dropped under 7, CIF has put out a memo saying LA County and other counties that meet that threshold don't have to test. So Dr. Garland and I still prepared just in case things trend up and for the next school year.
And for the next school year, the Department of Public Health has required there's some type of surveillance testing that needs to occur when our students and staff return. And of course, we'd have to work with an MOU with our associations on that piece, but then we'll also be ready when school begins in the fall. Did you want me to add anything else, Dr. Martinez?
No, I think that's good. I don't know if the board member Gutierrez is raising her hand.
Yes, I just have a question. If you can give me more information about how the acid detection kit works, more details on it.
It's a swab, so it's a nasal swab and it's self-administered. And it's not the one that, goes all the way up here. They just have to, the brain swab. It's just right here. And it is self-administered. There's labels when the students register. Make sure, Mr. Ackerman, if I'm wrong on anything, you jump in. The students register, they get a code and that gets put on the vial. Mr. Ackerman is going to create a process where they get picked up and dropped off to certain drop boxes, and then they're rapidly tested and sent back with results, I believe 1 to 2 days later. Is that correct, Mr. Ackerman?
That is correct. It's a 36-hour turnaround, and the company Valencia Labs that we're working with can make it a 24-hour turnaround if we need that. So it's a self-administered swab. All kits would be delivered to the sites. Site principals, athletic directors, and administrators will be involved in the testing. And the student athlete would do it themselves and then put the test back. The test would come to the district, and then I would take it to the labs in Norwalk or at LACO for a drop-off.
And then Mr. Ackerman, I believe board member Uribe had a comment or a question.
No, I was just going to thank Mr. Ackerman, and for the sake of time, I know it's getting a little late. It would be great if we can be provided with like a board memo, discussing all these details, because I think they're very important. But for the sake of time, just moving forward, if that's okay with the board. And with that, I would move to approve item 12M. May I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye from me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we're going to consider item 12N, and I would like to call on Dr. Martinez.
Yes, good evening. So this evening, we are presenting an approval of administrative appointment and employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. The recommendation is to appoint Ms. Zapir Hakopian as Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, effective April 1st, 2021, with a salary of $188,910 with 2 cents, with a $400 monthly allowance. The agreement will be on file in the Certificated Human Resources Office. Thank you.
Move to approve 12N.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Ramirez will second that. Roll call vote, Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye from me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we're going to move to a consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled for further discussion and/or action? Okay, hearing none, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented. May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye from me as well. That motion is carried. At this time, we're going to move on to Board of Education report, and I would like to begin with Ms. Cabrera.
Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. I will keep it short. I just hope everyone is doing well. I know today was long, a lot of very difficult decisions to be made, but I thank you for those who are still around, that you stuck around. Otherwise, I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you. Ms. Magaña?
I also want to take the time to thank everyone that has joined us today and that is still here with us. Thank you to all the emails that were submitted to us. I also want to thank Coach Ackerman for being here today and just thank him for the great, amazing job that he's doing. I was able to attend our cross country match. It was Montebello High School and versus Bell Garden High School. So that was a lot of fun. It was really nice to see all the support that came out for all of our students. I really want to thank all the parents that have entrusted us with their children. I want to thank all the coaches, all the student athletes that came out to participate, and I look forward to a lot more of these events. And other than that, just good night, everyone, and stay safe.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to start off by giving a big thanks. I have a list of individuals I want to thank for our school visits, our safety and needs assessments that we have been doing with all our schools. Thank you to the Board of Education for those who have visited the school sites to do the walkthroughs, to get more information about the needs, the concerns, the additional materials that we need. I do want to thank our school principals for giving us the walkthrough, their concerns, different ideas of what we can do for the opening of the schools. I want to thank Dr. Bob Geiger for being very instrumental throughout this process, being there to answer questions. Also want to thank our plant supervisors, custodial staff, Mr. Juan Rodriguez, Miss Annette Rubalcaba. She's been an asset to the whole COVID process with dealing with what is the process of we would do if a student comes in with a fever or has COVID symptoms. So she has been a vital role in that. I want to thank Mr. Ellington for being there to answer questions about the different devices, PPE. I want to thank Mr. Paskowski being there, Ms. Rivera for being there as well, representing CSEA, Mr. Paskowski for representing MTA, Corporal Suarez for being there, Officer Ballard, Mr. Philly Arzmendi, and Mr. Tenero for being there. I know it's a long list. Dr. Martinez, Dr. Garland, Dr. Ewan. If I missed anyone, I do apologize. I have a long list, but thank you so much to the whole team. I think it's a whole teamwork that is gonna be the vital asset to opening the schools. I'm getting questions like, why aren't we opening up this school year? But we just want to ensure the safety and the most preparedness to welcome our students back. It's important that we don't rush this process because it's really important that we provide all the equipment, the materials, to make sure we have the safety for all our students, all our staff, all our teachers, administrators, classified, everyone. And lastly, I just want to again thank the coaches, Mr. Ackerman, Mrs. Capps, athletics directors, our coaches, I think I mentioned that, and our staff who has been motivating and encouraging our students to continue with their sports. It was great to see the cross country meet. Thank you so much for everyone who has been just continuing supporting all the students. And lastly, I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Mrs. Leticia Garcia, in her memory. And thank you for everyone for being here today. It was a lengthy meeting, but thank you so much for staying with us. Have a great night.
Mr. Ramirez.
Good evening, everybody. Just some few words. Again, I just want to send my condolences to everybody who's lost somebody this year. I also want to send my condolences to the family who lost 8 people in Atlanta yesterday and their family. I know some of our students may be feeling some type of way. We have a population of students that may identify with those individuals who lost their lives yesterday, and I hope that our school district continues to provide support and continues to work on our diversity in our schools. And I just really want to make sure everyone's okay. So drink some water. Have a good day, everybody. Have a good night.
Yeah, I just want to say coming into this meeting and these past few weeks have been very stressful. And, I just want to share that and put that out there because I think, sometimes we may not realize how difficult these decisions are that we have to make. And, just as a mother of, 3 future MUSD graduates and just being in this policy making position, it's not an easy job. And I think at the forefront of every decision that we've made, that I've made, it's always thinking of what's going to benefit our students, our teachers, our staff. So, I just want to share that this meeting was really difficult, a lot of sleepless nights, anxiety, just thinking of what was the best decision that we can make, legally, also what we were bound to. So I want to put that out there. Also, just thinking of the school walkthroughs that we've been conducting. I know that a lot of schools right now are opening. And, for me, it's never been about money incentives. You can not bribe me with money. I will place the health and the lives of people and our students at the forefront of my agenda. And I will not let money influence me. So I think this is why we're not rushing to open. When we walk the campuses, we see that the needs are great. There's a lot of needs and kind of basic necessities that over time they haven't been taken care of. Nevertheless, we're getting a lot of that done, but all that takes time. And having, right now minimal staff, all that is also going to come into factors. So I just want to share that, knowing that when we open, we can have that peace of mind as a mother, as a board member, and as a community member, that we're going to do everything possible to say we are opening and we can, do everything in our hands to protect everyone's health. So I just want to share that, just lifting up my prayers for people who continue to lose loved ones. It's not easy. And, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that we're all dealing with challenges right now, and it's very hard. We are all facing numerous things that are challenging. We're living in the middle of history. And, I just want to take a moment to thank our administrators, thank our teachers, thank our classified employees, because you guys are the backbone to our district. You have been doing so much for our students. Our students wouldn't be thriving as we see these mental health numbers without you. You are vital. And I just want you to know that from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate each and every one of you. However we can support you, reach out to us, email, phone calls, whatever it may be, because this is why we're here to serve. So I just want to put that out there. It's been a very long night. Hopefully we can catch up on sleep that, we haven't been able to catch up on during the week. But, continue to take care of yourselves. May the Lord bless you and have a good night. That concludes my board member report. So at this time, I would like to make a motion to adjourn this evening's meeting in loving memory of Ms. Leticia Garcia. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yes.
My apologies, President Uribe. We do need to recess to close session.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I moved to recess into closed session. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez?
Aye.
Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye for me as well. We will now recess into closed session. Ms. Copado, can you please provide a closed session report out? You're on mute.
I am so sorry. Thank you, President Uribe. Yes, we recessed into closed session at 10:09 p.m. All members of the board were present, as well as Dr. Martinez and the full executive branch. We discussed item B2. Members were briefed on that with legal counsel. There was a final action by a 5-0 vote to approve the payment in the balance in the case as listed in the closed session agenda. As to item B3, members of the board were briefed and provided an update. Final action was taken to approve the compromise and release agreement by a 5-0 vote. Nothing further to report. As to item B4, members were briefed. Final action to approve the compromise and release agreement was made by a 5-0 motion. Nothing further to report. As to item B5, members of the board voted by a 5-0 vote to approve compromise and release agreement. Nothing further to report on that action item. Closed session discussions concluded at 10:41 p.m. and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Copado. At this time, I move to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Ms. Leticia Garcia. May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ms. Gutierrez? Mr. Ramirez?
Aye.
Ms. Cabrera?
Aye.
Ms. Magaña?
Aye.
And an aye from me as well. We will now adjourn this evening's meeting. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.